from the high desert and the great American Southwest. Pretty neat place for a network, actually, to originate from. I bid you all good morning, good evening. Welcome to another edition of the best in live overnight talk radio, the largest as well, where you never know what is going to happen, where I never know what is going to happen. And that goes for tonight once again. All right, welcome. I'm Art Bell. The hurricane season is heating up. This just came off Reuters. Check this out. It's going to be a quickening kind of night, I can tell you. The already busy Atlantic hurricane season got even busier Tuesday. Tropical storm, get this one, Humberto, and two new tropical depressions, I said two new ones, are brewing in the Atlantic. The National Hurricane Center says Humberto, with winds near 65 miles an hour, will probably turn into a hurricane Wednesday. That storm off the coast of the Cape Verde Islands in the western Atlantic, about 1,100 miles east of Humberto, an unnamed tropical depression has formed east of the Lesser Antilles. Forecasters expect that depression to strengthen, possibly becoming a tropical storm named Iris by Wednesday. Another tropical depression is swirling off the Andros Islands in the Bahamas. Forecasters say it could dump heavy rains on southern Florida. Now, I told you it was going to be so have a lot of people. Told you the hurricane season was going to be fierce this year. And so far, they're right on the money, and it's just beginning. I mean, this is the opening chorus, folks, of what? Well, I knew about this story yesterday, but I really didn't want to comment on it until today, because I wanted to be sure I had the details correctly. And they were a little unsure yesterday, but they're not unsure today. It began with a late-night traffic accident in Detroit, and it ended, incredibly, with a woman jumping to her death from a bridge over the Detroit River, while dozens, now get this, dozens of people stood by and hooted and hollered and cheered. Now, it was about 3 o'clock in the morning, as I said, on a bridge over the Detroit River. Witnesses say they saw a 33-year-old young black lady, Aletha Word, drive her car into another car, in other words, an accident. The other car contained 3 young guys. Angry, one of them took a crowbar and smashed all her windshields in. They dragged her from the car and ripped most of her clothes off during the scuffle. 30 to 40 people watched all of this and cheered and called for her, in fact, chanted for her to jump from the bridge. She did. Of all the people there, as many as 40, 2 of them, at this late stage, decided to try to save her, jumped in, tried, but she was dead. The driver of the car, 20-year-old man, has been charged with second-degree murder. Her mother's comment, the mother of the dead young girl, said, I wouldn't treat a dog that way. Even NBC yesterday said the story stands as more for what it says about our society. And what does it say? 30 or 40 people watched the attack on this young lady, watched the clothes ripped from her, watched her terrorized, and as they watched, cheered for her to jump. Now, I don't even know what to ask about this. In Detroit, there are 500 murders a year, give or take a few. I guess I would first ask, should they, the 30 or 40 people that chanted for her to jump and cheered when she did, should they be charged with something? Now, you can't tell me, you can't tell me that this doesn't mean something profound and sad and hard to even discuss about our society. When have you ever heard of such a thing before? I don't know what to say about it. I'll let you say it.
I wonder whether these 30 or 40 onlookers and cheerers ought to be charged with, I don't know what they'd be charged with, inhuman behavior. I don't think that puts you behind bars. Maybe it ought to. Maybe it doesn't matter anymore. Maybe the price of life has fallen faster than the American dollar, and there's just nothing we can do about it. It is the end. If not the end, then certainly the warning bells of the end. In Rwanda, some more bells chiming, same type. Remember the horror last year in Rwanda? The hundreds of thousands who died, macheted to death, then more than a million that fled Rwanda to Zaire. The thousands who died there now, guess what? Zaire has set the whole thing off again. They are kicking out the Rwandan refugees. In fact, they're doing it at gunpoint. The Zaire government is forcing hundreds of thousands of refugees to go home at gunpoint. They will simply no longer tolerate their presence in Zaire. A year ago, over 1 million crossed the border to escape the brutal civil war. The Zaire army, as it is pushing these poor refugees along, is in the process burning, beating, raping, looting, whipping. The United Nations has been told to not interfere. They are there. They are watching all of this go on, and they are supplying water when they can to the refugees. That is the totality, apparently, of the ability of the UN to do anything about anything. As usual, they're not able to accomplish a damn thing. Iraq. I thought so. Today, Defense Secretary Perry said, quote, "There is no evidence that Iraq is preparing to invade its neighbors," end quote. Well, that's pretty plain. No evidence Iraq is preparing to invade its... This story felt wrong to me. But we sent yet another, I believe, 1,300 troops just dispatched to Kuwait. Something is up. Something felt wrong with this story. What are we doing? Obviously, we're pushing Saddam and cooking a little bit of the of what's fed to the American press. And when I heard that story, it felt a little bit cooked, and I told you so. O.J. Simpson. There was a threat yesterday by the judge to throw television out of the courtroom again. The judge thought the lawyers were playing to the cameras, which of course they are. There will be a ruling on the tapes, the incredible Furman tapes, next week. It's beginning to get dangerous. Racial tensions are growing. If cameras were pulled, would you cheer or cry? And with regard to the Furman tapes, isn't this process of slow leakage very, very dangerous immediately to Los Angeles and its environs? Again, Reuters, O.J. expert finds mystery prints. A forensic scientist has testified that he's found, get this, a second set of footprints at the scene where O.J. Simpson's ex-wife and her friend Ron Goldman were murdered. Dr. Henry Lee said the prints could not have been made by the shoes prosecutors said Simpson was wearing when he allegedly committed the murders. He also said the mystery prints could not have been made by Goldman's boots. He'll be back on the witness stand when they resume this debacle on Wednesday. And this comment, hi Art, love the show. By the way, this one will get you. As the wife of an ex-wife, I guess this is, of an LAPD officer, I can tell you my opinion of the whole O.J. Simpson, Mark Furman mess. I believe O.J. did it, and he will get off because of sloppy and or questionable work by LAPD, the coroner's office, crime lab, and prosecution. As for Furman, I know his racism was not only tolerated by the LAPD, but sponsored, fostered, and supported by it. Any officer who bucks the status quo won't be able to wear enough bulletproof vests. He or she will pay, most likely with his or her life. I can't hate or outright condemn my ex-husband or his fellow officers, because I've seen how each one goes to war every day, as long as they last. Imagine fighting in Vietnam or Kuwait for 20 years. Those who do make it to retirement have totally altered outlooks than those of us who lead civilian lives. And let us civilians not forget that there is a vast population out there that feels no compunction to abide by the same laws we automatically obey. We are perceived as holders of the goods they want, and the police are perceived as the enemy. I'm a civil servant too, but not expected to put my life on the line every day for everybody else. The officers are expected to do that. Even their most vocal critics expect total sacrifice on the part of the police, with just one 911 phone call, no matter what circumstances led to the call. What's the solution? I have no idea. I find it a pity, though, that Nicole Brown and Ron Goldman had to die like they did to bring this mess to light. Now I bet O.J. gets his kids back. There's no justice here on earth. Maybe when O.J. meets his maker. In America, latest survey says 80% of American parents want their children to get a college education, but only 30% think they'll ever be able to afford it. Death in Texas. I said Texas, not Texas. That was an NBC story, and I'm trying to calculate my attitude about this. It is a story down there in Texas that you Texans can help out with. It involves a young model and an old, now dead billionaire. He was 89-year-old J. Howard Marshall, an oil tycoon worth an estimated $1 billion with a B, $1 billion. She is 26 years of age, a model, very good-looking, an actress. She apparently had a 5-year courtship with our billionaire, an 11-month marriage, during which time she was given $1 million in jewelry, a $50,000 a month expense account, and after an 11-month marriage, he up and died. Now, apparently, the billionaire's son, by a previous marriage, somehow got hold of power of attorney and has cut her off. And so he now, I guess, controls the money. The attorneys are going back and forth on it, but I don't even care about any of that. Here's what I've got to say. It will sound sexist, and who cares? If I was a billionaire, and I was 89 years old, 89, mind you, and I wanted a 26-year-old, and she wanted me, well, let me put it this way. My attitude is, good on you, you know? I mean, if he wanted to go out and get himself a 26-year-old and court her and give her diamonds and all the rest of it, and marry her and, who knows, maybe bed her, well, then more power to him, you know? I mean, it was his life, his money, and he had a right to do what he did. So that's my attitude when you get to that kind of a story. You know, it's his biz. He made all the money. And as far as I'm concerned, he's got a right to spend it the way he wants to spend it. And if it means he's going to spend it on a 26-year-old 10 on a scale of 10, well, then more power to him. And I really don't have a problem with it. I know that relatives do. Dear Art, regarding the story that Noah's Ark may have been found atop Mount Ararat, first off, we've got to confirm it really is Noah's Ark. It would seem to be in the correct general vicinity. What else that is bigger than the Queen Mary and buried in a mountain in Israel could be there? Actually, Turkey. If it is confirmed to be Noah's Ark, there would be sweeping changes in the religious community. A major part of the Bible and Christianity would be confirmed. in scientific fact. So that would prove that Noah existed, that all the animals went 2 by 2 into the ark, and that there was a massive flooding that wiped out everything that was not on the ark. This would change a lot of people's opinions about a part of the Bible that some was pretty unbelievable. Just something to think about till we see if it really is the ark or not. And in a moment, I have from a friend in Missoula 40 ways that you can hasten the quickening and help destroy the earth. You're sure not going to want to miss these. Now, you will not hear all 40 because I considered about 4 or 5 of them to be not advisable to broadcast, but you will hear the remainder. Mike in Olympia, regarding the story up in Detroit, said, once again, we are tragically shown the necessity of the need for at least a 5-day waiting period for crowbars and federal legislation restricting automobile gas tanks to less than 10 gallons. And then this. It's just been a real joy lately, fathers gluing their 5-year-old daughter's eyes shut with super glue, mothers in Chicago tossing children out of windows, children tossing children out of windows. Now the story in Detroit, the mother in South Carolina. And this, art added to your list of child killings. Supposedly, Saturday, at a local San Antonio mall, a 9-year-old boy from Colorado who was visiting for the past 2 weeks with his dad in San Antonio went into a restroom at the mall. He didn't return. According to his father, he searched for him, but found him missing. 15 hours later, on Sunday, the father finally reported the incident to the authorities. 15 hours, folks. The same day, Sunday, the poor child's body turned up in the river. Autopsy revealed the boy had succumbed to severe trauma to the stomach and chest area, and the child also showed signs of previous abuse. The father questioned extensively, but let go for lack of evidence. He was kept under surveillance, however, as the most likely suspect, the only suspect they had. Tuesday, after making contact with the man's 27-year-old girlfriend who was in Tennessee, they apparently developed sufficient information to justify arresting the 35-year-old father. He was picked up without incident at his apartment and is now under a $5 million bond. Suzanne in San Antonio. So, I don't know how much more of this junk I can read. It's becoming a daily event. I don't know if that's true, but I do know we'll be back in just a moment. 5-year-old girls with their eyes glued shut by their fathers. One of them, anyway. Mothers in Chicago throwing their children out of windows. A woman in Detroit jumping off a bridge just because she's attacked. Then there's the mother in South Carolina. Pretty weird, huh? A lot of people think it is a sign of the end. The quickening, whatever word you want to attach to it, it doesn't matter. That's just the one I use. So I was sent this over the Internet. People these days are constantly harping about the upcoming Armageddon. But when is the world going to finally end? Most people don't realize that it can't happen without their help. Below are a few little things you can do to help end the world. 1. Use motor oil to fertilize your lawn. Feed lead to pigeons. I won't number these. Vacation by your local polluted river. Serve chlorofluorocarbons as appetizers at your next party. Find the remaining woodland in your town and use it for kindling. Leave your car running all day. Drive to the bathroom. Spray your yard with DDT and not those other wimpy pesticides. Pour Agent Orange into your local reservoir to enhance the flavor. Wear only polyester, never more than once. Become a megalomaniac and gain control of vast nuclear stockpiles. Use them. Dump your food leftovers into the recycling bin. Keep the bubonic plague virus around as a lovable, low-maintenance pet. Use at least 3 gallons of water for each tooth when brushing. Create an oil slick in your backyard for fun science experiments for the kids. Have 37 children. Name them all Bill. Strangle a bald eagle. Spread styrofoam balls all over your lawn for winter fun all year round. Email Al Gore petitioning to test nuclear arms above ground in major cities. Offer free cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs to all pregnant mothers. Own at least 43 television sets per person, per household. Watch them all at once. Build a simple coal-burning power plant in your basement. Remove your catalytic converter and muffler. They just ruin the fun anyway. Aim X-ray machines at unsuspecting patients in the dentist's office. Sunscreen? It's for wimps. Carve holes in the ozone layer. They make great gifts. Drive an M1A1 Abrams tank to work. Develop condominium complex in beautiful Chernobyl. Develop a secret neurotoxin that makes females pregnant. Oh, I can't say that. There's one I missed. Buy something you don't need every day, 3 times a day. Dump it on the freeway. Work for the government. Aerosol hairspray can be used for a lot more than personal grooming. Putting up posters, cooking lubricant, antiperspirant, ant and roach killer, personal defense, and party favors. Burn your own garbage for fun and profit. And finally, enclose dead relatives in lucite blocks. We hope these simple ideas will inspire you to create your own methods to drag the planet further into its own grave. Remember, every person counts. So, it's come to this. So, I think I'll open the lines, and with that as a setup, heaven only knows where it's headed. Here we go. East of the Rockies, it's 1-800-825-5033. 1-800-825-5033. I have several appearances scheduled in the next several days. I think in the morning, tomorrow morning, I will be on KCMO in Kansas City at about probably around 9:30 Kansas City time. Then I have an appearance somewhere in Ohio. I'll get that one for you. And on Friday, I think I'm doing a morning show for KFYI in Phoenix. I think that's lined out. So it's going to be a very busy week depending on where you are. You might listen for my... Now, you've got to bear in mind that by, 9:30, 10 o'clock in the morning, it's beginning to get to be late evening for me, so even more than usual, I'm liable to say about anything. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Mr. Bell.
Yeah.
I was only kidding about your working Saturdays. Can I comment on the Mel Reynolds conviction?
No.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, okay, I don't care. Yeah, that's big news, of course.
Well, one of the big jokes, or something I was told years ago, that the people that are most vehemently anti-gun are really the biggest crooks on earth. And they sort of use gun control as a smokescreen to mask their own illegal activities. What do you think of that?
I'm trying to think of how it is you're connecting that to the conviction.
Well, just look at some of the most vehemently anti-gun people in the past.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, what does the Reynolds conviction have to do with guns?
Well, it seems that people that are themselves very immoral and engage in immoral activity sort of crow on the gun control thing as a smokescreen to cover their own types of activities.
Why didn't you just start off on gun control? The two have nothing to do with each other.
Well,
I mean, gun control is what you wanted to talk
no,
about, right?
Mel Reynolds is one of the most vehement anti-gun people out there. And I'm just saying that in the history of Congress, if you look at Biaggi, he was a gun controller. He was later convicted. And old Tom Gard of Connecticut was put out of Congress. I'm just drawing a correlation between some of the people that are vehemently gun control are, in a sense, some of the biggest criminals themselves.
Yeah, all right. Well, all right, I'll take that. It is true that it seems like people who preach constantly about morality are frequently themselves then the target of or convicted of something rather immoral. I mean, go back to remember all the troubles with television ministries and all the rest of it. These guys who preach and preach and preach. And I've got to tell you, there's been a couple of instances in my own life. Naturally, I'm not going to name anybody, but I mean, people have been real preachy, you know. You got to follow God's way, they'll say, and it's almost annoying to be preached to the way some of them do. Very high and mighty on morals. I'll tell you, some of these people, and this is the truth, and I don't care whether you believe it or not, have turned out to be thieves, cokeheads, low class. I mean, it is the most, and I was the one who got preached to. I got preached to by these lowlifes. Turned out to be lowlifes. And you want to hear something even weirder? After they were caught stealing and more, they kept on preaching. You know, preaching to me. I actually flipped my top at a situation a few years ago, which I won't go into, but it's not necessary that I do. I'm sure you take my meaning. So from that, in that spirit, I understand exactly what you were saying, sir. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
It's the postman calling from Memphis.
Oh, well, good. Turn your radio off.
I got it off.
That's good.
It's my first time calling.
Oh, from Memphis. Glad to have you, sir.
Well, we almost didn't have you. We started off with a top 70s music format on a news talk station. That was kind of strange.
Well, somebody threw the wrong switch or something.
So I got a hold of their news desk and asked them to look into it, and they said they would.
So how long was the top 40 on?
About the first 10 minutes of your show.
10 minutes, huh?
I guess we didn't have too much. I got you on WOAI, though.
Well, we live in the electronic age.
Right. I just don't know what else to say, except I wasn't prepared to get through this early.
Well, when you're dialing over there, then you should imagine you might get through.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I guess positive thinking comes through.
Mm-hmm.
You were talking about people and religious people pointing the finger. And
well,
I work with the Postal Service, and I see a lot of the religious tracts come through, and one of the things I notice is whether they talk about themselves and their own beliefs, or whether they spend a lot of time putting down the other beliefs. It tends to be, like Jimmy Swaggart pointing a finger at Jim and Tammy Baker, and then a few months later saying, "I've sinned." Yeah,
I know. Look, sir, thank you. I take it right down to my personal life. I told you. There's a couple people, maybe even 3 in my life that have been that way. I mean, you almost can't be around them because they're so damn preachy about morality. And I'll be damned if they're not the ones who turned out to be thieves, dirty dealers, totally screwing over their neighbor and their business associates every opportunity they got. In other words, the lowest of the low and the preachiest of the people I've ever known. It's there are a lot of people, and I don't mean to disparage them, who are quietly moral and quietly ethical, and I applaud them. But I'm telling you, look out for the ones that make a lot of noise. At least that is my personal experience. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Carson, California, Art.
Okay.
Yeah, that is west of the Rockies.
It is, yes.
And
your telephone is still no better than it was 2 years ago.
Well, Art, I don't have time to hook up my real phone. I mean, it's a real phone, but it's anyway. I just wanted to say that Chuck Harder has Stanton Freeman on. He's down at the Telford Hotel doing a seminar for the next couple of days about Roswell and so forth.
Oh, yes.
And I was hoping you'd try to get him on your show if you could this week or sometime soon.
Well, I've had him on many times.
Yeah, well, it's good to have on again.
Yeah, well, let Chuck have him for a while.
Okay, anyway, about that story in Detroit, I was absolutely flabbergasted when I heard about it yesterday, and I don't know what to say except I think that...
well, do you think people who cheered this on should somehow face some legal penalty?
Well, I don't know what you could charge them with, Art, because it's like they're almost cheering on the murderer. I mean, they according to yesterday's account, even though it got straightened out today, one of the accounts had the woman hanging on the railing for dear life, and the attacker was beating her on the fingers with a crowbar till she let go and dropped into the river.
Uh-huh.
That was the other account, which I was a more chilling account, and I just assumed that was probably what happened, along with the cheering and the clapping and the laughing. And one bystander tried to get someone with a cell phone to call 911, and they refused. While this was going on.
Hey, sir?
Yeah?
What do you do when you're constantly throwing conspiracy theories up against the wall and they won't stick?
You chuck them?
You chuck harder.
Oh, well, yeah. I'd part of that. And
have a good morning, sir. A wildcard line, you're on the air. Hello.
Unbelievable.
Really?
See, you're easy to get hold of.
Well, there you are.
This is just only the second time it rang, and it probably only redialed 12, 13 times.
Well, it's kind of like a lottery.
This is Mark in Albany, Georgia.
Hi, Mark.
You have talked a lot lately about child abuse.
Uh-huh.
And I think that's a very pertinent subject for today. One thing that I haven't heard mentioned on any talk show, and I listen to an awful lot of them during the day, is circumcision. And I'd like to know your feelings about that and hear some callers and what they think about the needless amputation of a body part on infant males, without their approval or what do you think about it? What do your callers think about it?
Well, I don't know if I care. In other words, a lot of people consider it a medical procedure that is performed for cleanliness throughout life, and I don't think it constitutes abuse. So I don't, from an abuse point of view, my answer would be I don't think I care. It's up to the parents, huh?
Well, I just think, I disagree with that.
It's not abuse.
I don't think that amputation of a body part should be up to the parents.
It's not amputation. Amputation is when you actually remove a member. That is not what occurs, sir, and you know it.
Well,
all right. Well, I thank you for the call, but I don't follow your abuse charge, and I don't think it's a big, important, or even very tasteful issue. And I think it's up to the parents. That's what I think. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Hello.
Hey, I was listening to you the other night, and a gentleman called and asked you if you believe that aliens had anything to do with our evolution. And you commented that...
I said I don't know.
Well, I was just wondering if you believe, in your personal opinion, if they've had, in the past, far past, if they've had any manipulation on our progress.
Beats the hell out of me. I said I don't know. I meant I don't know. I have no proof of it. I have people who come on and talk to me, all kinds of guests with all kinds of credentials, who say all kinds of things. Do you... Now, maybe you can help me out here, sir. Do you have proof?
Well, I don't have, tangible proof, but I've been doing a lot of reading, about like Mayan calendars that go 400 million years into the future. They have astronomical maps.
Yeah.
They have...
and we got the Bible, too.
Yeah, well, and they also calculated thousands of years ago the rotation of the moon, which today, if they calculate it, they differ by like 0.4 seconds.
I've got books that could convince you about anything if you want to read them. But, you know, until I can put my hand on it, until I see scientific proof one way or the other, my answer remains, I don't know.
Okay, can I ask you one other question?
Sure.
I heard the story about how people believe that they may have found Noah's Ark on Mount Ararat.
Yeah, oh yes.
Okay, now, did I hear you correctly when you said that satellites found it like in 1947 or 48?
No, I said there was an earthquake on the very day of the creation of the nation of Israel in 48, and that then later they found the Ark through satellite imagery years later.
Do you know how long they've seen the, or have known about it? Since, you know, now they're
no, I really don't. Not that many years. And they are going on a dig, and we'll know soon. And can you imagine if it is Noah's Ark? Wild Card Line, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hi. Let me turn my radio down.
Off.
How are you? It's a wonderful program. I enjoy you so much.
Thank you.
I'm from Texas.
I can almost tell.
Oh, really? That much?
Yeah.
Okay. On the divorce in the state of Texas, it's a community property state.
Right.
But anything that he had before he married her, she's not entitled to. Only money's gained after they were married.
Bearing in mind, he's a billionaire, was a billionaire, that could still be a lot of money.
You can imagine the money that's been, that's just in interest, in investments that he's gained since he's been married to her. So she is entitled to half of that.
Where are you in Texas?
I'm in San Antonio.
San Antonio. Well, you know, tell me something. I've got a big secret to tell the people in San Antonio coming up here shortly.
Oh, goody.
But listen. What do you say about what he did?
I say that was his choice. He knew what he was doing. He was certainly not a slow man, or he wouldn't have been a billionaire. He knew what he wanted.
That's right.
And I'm sure that he got a lot of satisfaction out of just being with her.
Well, that part we may never know about, but I mean...
Well, I don't necessarily mean physically. I mean being around her.
That's right. I mean, my attitude is more power to him, and frankly, at 89 with $1 billion, I might do it myself.
Yes.
On that note, I'm going to have to go. Listen for the surprise. We'll be right back. Before we get into the serious news, good morning. Those stations that join us at this hour, you know, those stations that actually join us at this hour, you guys ought to call those stations and ask them to carry the beginning of the program at 11 o'clock Pacific time, because you've missed a lot, and I can only sort of recap. Before I get into the serious stuff, this is from Bryn Marie in San Francisco, who never fails me, listening to the mighty KSFO. And some guy called up and said that he thought there was another star system out there sending messages to Earth, and that the government was receiving them but not telling us. I said, well, what are they? And he said, well, I don't know. So then I started wondering. You know me. If you could, interstellar messaging is very expensive. It's not like a pager or something. And so if you could only send one sentence, one message to Earth, what would it be? I already have a couple of answers, my facts. Here's Bryn's. If I were living in a parallel universe and had been observing Earth transmissions for years and could only send one message to this planet, it would have to be something considered after long hours of thought and observation. Here's what I'd send. If the minnow was only on a 3-hour tour, where did Ginger get all those dresses? And this, top secret, message from Sister Solar System, send more episodes of Dreamland. Signed, Gecko, Goleta, California. Well, by the way, to once again announce, the good people at WOAI, the monster in San Antonio, are going to begin running Dreamland this Sunday, and we've got several other joins, and Dreamland now sits at 139 affiliates, maybe 140 by week's end or more. It's amazing. There are 4, maybe no less than 5 would-be hurricanes out in the Atlantic right now. Very serious ones, most of them in the process of strengthening. And you attribute that to whatever you want. Maybe this. It began in Detroit with a traffic accident, ended with a young woman, terrified, jumping off the bridge to her death. While dozens of people, as many as 40, stood by and cheered and watched and chanted for her to jump. About 3 a.m. Saturday, witnesses say they saw 33-year-old Aletha Word drive her car into another car. It was an accident. That car containing 3 young men. Angry, one of them jumped out of the car, took a tire iron, smashed her windows, dragged her from the car, ripped her clothing off. During this, the crowd is loving it, right? 30 or 40 people watched, cheered, and finally she did it out of absolute fear, jumped off the bridge. She's dead. To their everlasting credit, at least 2 people did try to save her after the fact. The driver of the car 20 has been charged with second-degree murder. The mother of the dead girl said, "I wouldn't treat a dog that way." Even NBC yesterday, mystified at the story, said it really stands more. I mean, there's 500 murders in Detroit every year. But they said it stands as a comment on society. What our society has become, you tell me. I was wondering if the people involved in that should be charged with something. You know, the ones that were chanting for her to jump off the bridge. There's really nothing to charge them with legally. But I got a fax here. Is that Art? How about conduct unbecoming a human? I'd really like to know what those 40 people are feeling right now. 82% of the American people say they want their children to go to a college, but 30% think, only 30% rather, think they can afford to send their children to college. Then there is the death in Texas story, not taxes, Texas. The young model and the old billionaire. This is an 89-year-old guy, dead now, J. Howard Marshall, an oil tycoon down in Texas, worth, they said, about $1 billion. 89 years old. At 89, he married a 26-year-old, easy 10, I mean, beautiful woman, just beautiful. God, beautiful. Model, actress. There was a 5-year courtship, an 11-month marriage, $1 million given to her in jewelry, $50,000 a month in expenses, and now, of course, everybody in the family is going to fight. I guess his son, by previous marriage, got power of attorneys, cut her off, and there'll be a big fight and probably a settlement. But, you know, when I think about this story, I think the 89-year-old guy with $1 billion, you know, maybe in his 88th year he decided, what the hell? Let's have some fun. I've got $1 billion. I want a 26-year-old. And maybe it was true love, and maybe it was for the money, and, you know, I don't know that I care. It was his money. He did what he wanted to do with it. If it had part of the, you know, and I'm sure some of the enticement was the money. So what? So what, he says. The guy did what he wanted to do, and it's his life and his money. That's my attitude. Then people started sending me stories of more child tragedies, you know, to make my day. 9-year-old boy in Portland killing his 5-year-old sister with daddy's hunting rifle. First they thought it was accidental. Now police have charged the boy with murder. Another case in southern Washington about the same time where 2 young children got the parents' Magnum out, a .357 playing Nintendo, a fight. One shot the other with the .357. And I've got more, but I don't want to read them. It's like I've had it. If this is not the Quickening, the one we had the other day, the 5-year-old little girl who had her eyes glued shut by daddy with super glue, that was nice. The mother who threw her baby out of the window in Chicago. The woman in Detroit that I just told you about, the mother in South Carolina. And so Somebody sent me this, which I will now reread on the Internet. It's very cynical, but here's how it reads. Comes from Missoula, Montana, by the way. Entitled 40 Ways, and I'm not reading all 40, you can help to destroy the earth and hurry the quickening. People these days are constantly harping about the upcoming Armageddon. But when is the world finally going to end? Most people don't realize it can't happen without their help. Below are a few things that you can do to help end the world. Use motor oil to fertilize your lawn. Feed lead to pigeons. Vacation by your local polluted river. Serve chlorofluorocarbons as appetizers at your next party. Find the remaining woodland in your town and use it for kindling. Leave your car running all day. Drive to the bathroom. Spray your yard with DDT and not those other wimpy pesticides. Pour Agent Orange onto local reservoirs to enhance flavor. Wear only polyester, never more than once. Become a megalomaniac and gain control of vast nuclear stockpiles. Use them. Dump your food leftovers into the recycling bin. Keep the bubonic plague virus around as a lovable, low-maintenance pet. Use at least 3 gallons of water for each tooth when brushing. Create an oil slick in your very own backyard for fun science experiments for the kids. Have 37 children. Name them all Bill. Strangle a bald eagle. Spread styrofoam balls all over your lawn for winter fun all year round. Email Al Gore petitioning to test nuclear arms above ground in major cities. Offer free cigarettes, alcohol, and drugs to all pregnant mothers. Own at least 43 television sets per person, per household, and watch them all at once. Build a simple coal-burning power plant in your basement. Remove your catalytic converter and muffler, they simply ruin the fun. Aim X-ray machines at unsuspecting patients in dentist's office. Sunscreen, it's for wimps. Carve holes in the ozone layer, they make great gifts. Drive an M1A1 Abrams tank to work. Develop condominium complexes in beautiful Chernobyl. Develop a secret neurotoxin that makes females I can't read that one. I should have crossed that out. Work for the government. All right, and this. Aerosol hairspray can be used for a lot more than personal grooming. Putting up posters, cooking lubricant, antiperspirant, ant and roach killer, personal defense, and party favors. Burn your own garbage for fun and profit, and encase dead relatives in lucite blocks. We hope these simple ideas will inspire you to create your own methods to drag this planet further into its grave. Remember, every person counts. Then you have to wonder what the other star system is going to say when it begins to get... Now, they're probably still seeing Lucy, right? But eventually, they are going to begin getting the O.J. Simpson trial, which continues later today, unless they decide that it shall not be so, and that could happen. The judge threatened to take it off TV yesterday, saying the participants, the attorneys, were playing to the cameras. Gee, I haven't detected that. How about you guys? Playing to the cameras? What a charge. Anyway, the ruling next week on the Furman tapes is going to be made. Now, I don't know whether I believe this one or not. I think not, but it's entitled New Spin for Needle, and it shows a picture of the Seattle Space Needle from the air, looking down on top of it, and it says the top of Seattle Space Needle is painted to resemble the spinning wheel from the television game show Wheel of Fortune. The new look is intended to promote the show, which will be taping in Seattle. Now, is that a true or false story? And they actually show a picture of the Space Needle here, but you can't trust photographs anymore. Have you guys really done that? Is the Space Needle really painted to look like the Wheel of Fortune? It can't. Say it ain't so. And I'm getting all kinds of faxes like this. Dear Art, having been a citizen of this planet for a sizable length of time, it amazes me how a species could be so intelligent yet so narrow-minded with regard to visitors from other planets. Most Earthlings, including yourself, assume that for interstellar travel, the aliens must be of superior intelligence. It is not possible that although more advanced in travel techniques, they might be far behind in other areas of knowledge. For instance, you are by far the best late-night talk show host, but might not have the intelligence to become a great politician or a psychiatrist. Just a little late-night snack to ponder on. Keep up the good work. Well, number one, I'm smart enough to know that. I don't want to be a psychiatrist, and I certainly don't want to be a politician, and I'm very pleased doing what I'm doing. There is the Peter Principle, and I do not want to ascend to it. And that is that somebody will eventually be promoted beyond their level of competence to a job for which they are not suited, fitted, nor competent. I have no illusions about wanting some greater position. I enjoy doing precisely what I'm doing and wouldn't change it for the world, and have fought not to, as a matter of fact. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hello, Art Bell.
That's true.
Okay, you're probably not going to like what I have to say to you.
Well, this happens all the time.
Okay, and I hope you don't hang up. I hope you don't hang up on me.
Well, I might.
Okay.
Let's hear it.
Okay. I think you're copping out.
On what?
On the UFO thing. UFOs.
Oh, really? See, now here it was. Somebody called and said, do you believe or not believe?
Right.
And am I correct?
That's true.
And my answer was, I don't know. And that remains my answer. And it's not a cop-out. It's the truth. Do I believe that they're here? I have no idea.
Did you not see a UFO yourself?
Yes.
Then what's the big deal? What's going on?
Well, I don't know where it came from.
You have listeners out there.
Just uno momento.
Okay.
I saw it, and I described it in very precise detail.
Right.
But for all I know, it came from Area 51 over the hill here. I have no way of knowing that it came from another star system or dimension, or I don't know.
But you tried to explain it. Now, how would you like it if everybody just said to you, I don't believe it? How would you like that?
Well, a lot of people have said that.
What, huh?
A lot of people have said that to me.
Yeah, but you're really cutting people down all of a sudden.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not. No, sir. I was asked a question, and I gave an honest answer.
I'd say the last couple of weeks, you have really copped out on the people. Okay, what about the Roswell incident? You were so up on those pictures. It was unbelievable.
Wait a minute.
Okay, go ahead.
No, that's not true now. I said now, I will say now what I said then, and that is, it is either the real thing or it is the most elaborate, best-done hoax ever.
Mm-hmm.
And that's still what I think today. Do I know for sure it's real? No. Have I ever said during this whole thing that I know for sure it's real? No.
But you cut people down.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No,
okay, let's ask your audience out there.
How does that cut people down? Give them an honest answer.
No, you have a way about you to where you put bad feelings to people. They want to explain something to you, and you're really negative about it. In fact,
like what?
You're just negative.
Like what? If it is negative, thanks for the call, brother. But if it is negative to give you an honest answer, then by all means, you go right on ahead and regard me as negative. And I don't give absolute affirmative answers, you will learn as you listen, to things that I cannot lay my hand on or scientifically prove. I have a hell of a lot of interests in areas like UFOs, life after death, mysteries that we cannot answer. I will continue to investigate them avidly. But the question was, do I believe, as an article of faith, that we are being visited? And my honest answer is, I don't know. And if you regard that as negative, then I don't care. I don't care. It's an honest answer. There are a lot of things in this life that I do not know and will not accept as an article of faith. It's kind of like religion. People call me up, Art, this moment, accept the Lord. Do you accept the Lord? Do you accept everything about the Bible? No, I don't, automatically. And there are a lot of things that I don't have answers to. And so I'm not going to jack you around. If you come out and ask me a question like, do you believe they are here? I mean, can you absolutely say they are here? Will you say it? No, I won't. Sorry. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, Art, Libertarian Nationalist, Aurora, Colorado.
Hey.
How you doing?
Well, you're listening.
All right. Well, yeah, actually, just heard the opening of your show and wondered if you'd had much conversation regarding the woman from Detroit.
A lot of it, yes.
I would think that the people who were standing by and cheering
yes,
and chanting for her to jump could be charged as accessories.
No, I don't think legally. Morally, yeah.
If they were actually encouraging her attackers to do what they were doing.
Look, I've told a few of my callers to go jump in the lake. If one of them did it, does that mean I'm accessory somehow?
Well, Art, I'll tell you, with legal standing these days, Media Bypass Magazine, the August issue...
Yeah, I know.
...said that...
Call us toll-free at 1-800-618-8255.
I think so.
They said that in Frank's home state of Massachusetts, that Army actually could have been charged with some kind of hate speech statute.
Hate speech. Oh, that's exactly correct. I think it is correct, yes.
So if somebody could be charged for calling somebody else a name, I would certainly think that people who are urging three thugs to attack a woman and then to urge her to jump off a bridge, knowing what state of mind the woman must have been in, could certainly face some sort of charges.
Well, a faxer, I think, had it a little bit earlier. Maybe they ought to be charged with conduct unbecoming a human, but I think there's really no legal charge they can lay on somebody. Look, the story stands, NBC finally had it right, it stands as a comment on the state of humanity. It stands as an indictment of modern society. We'll be right back. Here again I'm catching up a little here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Good evening, Art. What's going on? It's Mike in Bakersfield, KMZR.
Hi, Mike.
Well, I've heard a lot of bad news about killings and kids killing each other. I'd like to shed some good news tonight for you.
All right.
I had the privilege last night at 23 minutes after 5 of witnessing the birth of my daughter.
It is the most remarkable thing that a human being, I believe, sees while you're alive.
Yes, it is.
I witnessed the birth of my son as well.
Uh-huh.
And there's nothing to compare to it, is there?
No, there isn't, actually. And there's nobody can tell you what it's like, and nobody can prepare you for what's there to come. I just thought I'd spread some good news. One question I'd like to ask you, though.
Sure.
Coming from a father, what advice, not just general societal advice, but your personal advice, would you give to a new father?
Good question. Let me think about it and listen on the air, all right?
All right. Oh, one more thing, Art.
Yes,
about
sir.
the aliens and that guy was talking about that dual star system.
Oh, yes, uh-huh.
Who's to say that we're not picking up transmissions from their television shows?
Well, looking at daytime TV, it's possible.
That's just one thought to ponder.
Thank you, sir. Maybe the whole O.J. trial is not of this earth. Advice to a new father. No, I don't have any. I really don't have any. I'm no Dr. Spock. Maybe closer to the one with the pointed ears than the one that used to tell you how to raise children. I don't have any advice. Except follow your heart. That's all you can do. So I'm sorry, I hope that doesn't disappoint you. I really don't have any advice. Somebody writes to me here and says, I live with this Seattle Space Needle only a half mile from my front window. It has not been painted to look like the Wheel of Fortune. At night, the Space Needle looks like, just like the flying saucer in the movie Close Encounters of the Third Kind. Boy, it does. It's incredible. But how would you know unless your house is higher than the Space Needle? How could you see what's on top? Now, I don't know who sent this to me. I think it was just a joke. I'm hoping that's true. But it's actually painted just like the Wheel of Fortune. They wouldn't do that, though. They just wouldn't do that. The Space Needle is too sacred. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello. Well, he's playing me back to me. I don't want to hear that. Hi, Wildcard Line, you're on the air.
Charlie, liberal in California. 2 points. The first being is that, what happened to this lady on the bridge, certainly if people were laughing at her and egging these guys on, that's one thing. But, I've listened to several talk shows, and there have been people calling in saying they would have intervened. There's a line between being a hero and being a stupid idiot. Anybody that would confront 2 armed guys, one weighing 300 pounds with a crowbar, is an idiot. And so
But see, that's not the argument. Only an idiot would try to turn that into the argument. The question was not whether or not people were intervening or should have intervened or should have taken the chance to intervene. The question and the comment and the social problem is people cheering it on, even chanting for her to jump.
Well, I understand the problem there. But as far as intervening...
You understand the problem there? Well, okay, that is a problem. So what is your comment on that?
Well, we've had that problem for... let me tell you something. This is my second comment. I honestly think that people who think society's going downhill, yeah, there's problems, but these people who say there's a quickening...
Yeah? They're all wet, huh?
Well, let's put it this way. Society is not in any... There are 2 things that could take society out. A full-scale nuclear war and a comet or a meteorite or something like that. Both those things are extremely unlikely. As far as environmental problems, yeah, they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a serious problem into the next century. But there's nothing imminent that could take human beings out. Human society is going to be around for the next 100 years, probably. Now, whether society deteriorates and we live in a Mad Max type of society, that's possible.
You said 100 years. That's not very long.
Well, it's not very long. But people who say that human existence is on the brink of being gone, I think they're out of line in saying that. I think human beings are going to be around for a while.
Well, maybe they will, but maybe if they are, it will turn into your Mad Max scenario.
Well, yeah, it could go in that direction, but it could go in another direction. Who knows? But I know. But
is a person reasonably able to look at current events and discern a trend?
Well, yeah, you can discern the trend that society is deteriorating, but you can't discern this trend. Which I think when you talk about the quickening, I think you're talking about. And excuse me if I'm wrong. I think you're talking about human extinction. And I don't think that is something that's imminent. It's something that's...
No, I'm not. Actually, you're wrong. I'm not talking about... As a matter of fact, I'm not ascribing, Charlie, and I really mean this, I'm not ascribing anything to it. I'm not saying it's biblical. I'm not saying it's religious. I'm not saying it's Armageddon. I'm not saying anything. I'm simply giving you an observation from having done this talk show for as long as I've done it. And I think it is an accurate observation.
Well, I think it's an observation, but I think the clarity there, because I think most of the people who call into your talk show and talk about the end of the earth, they're talking about human extinction. They're not talking about society deteriorating. They're talking about humans being gone. And I think those people who say that are wrong. Now, as far as there being violence in the streets, riots, disorder, in a totally different society in a few years, yeah, it's possible, but I think it could go either way right now. I think we're right on the brink of going either way, and I think that's going to depend on a lot of factors.
If it did turn into a Mad Max kind of world, Charlie, what would you do?
What would I do?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It depends on it. Let's put it this way. If it came down to either protecting civilization or protecting myself, I'm going to protect myself. And you have a lot of people call, if there's some type of imminent danger, you'll have people calling in saying how civilized they'd be. Let me tell you something.
Would you use that service revolver? You're always calling for gun control, and you tell me you carry a gun, right?
Yes.
Part of your job. So would you use that?
Yeah, and actually, if society completely deteriorated, I'd have no problem with everybody having weapons. Unfortunately, that hasn't happened. I mean, not unfortunately, but that hasn't happened yet. So I don't think there's no need to. But no, I'd have no problem with everybody carrying a weapon if we lived in a Mad Max society.
But according to your world, you're trying to get the guns away from people. So if it did turn into that, they wouldn't have guns.
Yeah, but I think
people like you would be the Mad Maxes.
Yeah, that's something to think about, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Good morning. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, sir.
Turn your radio off, please.
Yes, I got it up.
Good.
You know, on those alleged autopsy photos?
Yes.
Over the weekend, it was interesting. The BBC Science in Action mentioned them.
Yes, sir.
And so did Deutsche Welle.
Mm-hmm.
They both tried to twist it around without actually saying they were untrue, but gave strong implications by going to outside experts, alleged experts. One fellow had to do with human physiology, who claimed that 1 out of 2,000 Europeans has 6 fingers and has an
they do not.
Well, that's what the Deutsche Welle had. Now the BBC went and
then end of the credibility on that one. Next one.
Well, the BBC interviewed taxi cab drivers and got their reactions, and then a psychiatrist who said that people who had great interest in these things ought to see.
Well, my God, there's another one. Now, taxi cab drivers in London, was it? Survey?
Yeah, the BBC Science in Action. It was interesting. Within an hour, switching the station, it was quarter to midnight on Saturday night Central Time. Their show, they ended that up with that. And then on Deutsche Welle, they had it as part of their world news.
Well, it beats the hell out of gardening shows, and they spend a lot of time on gardening on the BBC. All right, sir, thank you very much for the call. Interview. Well, there's a meaningful scientific survey. The Roswell autopsy film, real or fake? The following report, compiled from a survey of London taxi cab drivers. Real hard evidence. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, this is Jim calling from Portland.
Hi, Jim.
You asked for proof that aliens were tampering with human evolution?
Well, I said there is none. Now, are you going to prove me wrong?
Yes, well, there was an article in this month's Scientific American, and that was about an asteroid that hit the Earth, a very large one, that hit the Earth only 2 million years ago.
So how does that prove alien intervention?
Well, they estimate that 10% of the Earth's crust was blasted up into the atmosphere.
Yeah, so?
Now, that is probably a larger asteroid than the one that killed the dinosaurs.
Okay.
So
what?
Now, there was no major extinction 2 million years ago of animal species on the planet. So why the difference?
I don't see, I'm sorry, I don't see how the asteroid or comet or anything else that's plowed into Mother Earth proves alien intervention. Now, maybe I've missed something here.
Yeah. The asteroid that killed the dinosaurs 65 million years ago was a large asteroid. This one is probably larger, but there were no major extinctions after this.
Well, maybe there was no major life.
2 million years ago?
Well, they say there was, but I mean, who knows? Sir, I don't see, you started out the conversation by saying you don't believe, and so here's the proof. What's it proof of?
It's proof that the aliens operated differently 2 million years ago. Instead of, they replaced all the major species after they exterminated all life on Earth, as opposed to what they did 65 million years ago. They did not replace the dinosaurs.
All right, sir, I'm converted. Thanks for the call. God. I mean, how is that supposed to prove anything? I'm very interested, of course, as you know, in looking toward trying to get proof of something, but a call like that discourages me. I mean, first of all, I don't know about what has or hasn't plowed into the Earth, but I fail to see how aliens have anything to do with it. On the other hand, listen to this story from the Herald News. Area farmers who have been swathing and baling hay in the early morning hours have had their long and tedious tasks enlivened considerably in recent weeks. Farmers from Bonanza to Klamath Falls have reported seeing unidentified flying objects overhead as they work. One rancher reportedly sighted a cylindrical object he said was the size of a football field. There have been 10 reports in the area since the early morning hours of July 31st. Now, that too proves nothing, but it is very interesting. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, this is Shiloh from Fenway, Washington.
I have a cat named Shadow.
Shiloh.
Oh, Shiloh.
Yeah, I'd like to...
Too bad. I was about to be partial to you, but... Anyway, go ahead, sir.
Yeah. The person that said that the Space Needle wasn't painted like the wheel was wrong.
Oh, no. Now, do you know that for sure?
Yeah, it was on the local news.
They painted the top of it to look like the Wheel of Fortune.
Yeah, it was all the different colors.
It can't be true. It can't be true. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You saw it on TV?
Yeah, on Seattle News.
How do you think the people of Seattle feel about that?
I have no idea, but I would think...
Well, I'm going to find out. Are you sure it's true? Do you swear on your TV guide it's true?
I saw it on the news, not the TV guide.
Well, I know, but you swear on your TV guide with your hand on the guide?
Yeah, but I would think it'd be easier just to put this tarp over it than to paint it. Now, another question.
Yes?
Like, see the comet?
The comet, yes.
Say it was a spaceship.
Say it was.
And it was on an exodus to the nearest livable planet because their planet died, and they got in contact with the military here. Would you think they would shoot it out or let them come on the planet?
Well, let me put it to this. Do you remember the Star Trek with the probe?
Star Trek 4?
Yeah.
Yeah.
The one with the probe?
Mm-hmm.
If it is not a big rock, a snowball rock comet, then it's a probe. Just like the one in Star Trek.
Okay.
All right?
Mm-hmm.
Feed the whales.
Yeah.
See you later, sir. Wildcard line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, I get a question first. Your first-time caller line?
Yes.
How do you know someone's a first-time caller when they call on it?
Well, because I have a really cool memory for voices. Now, occasionally somebody might fool me, but if I catch them fooling me, I bar them for life.
Okay.
And, I do. They might get me once, twice, and then I nail them, and then that's it.
Okay. Let's see, I'm calling through Kogo.
Yes.
KOGO.
Right.
And you're talking about the person that was jumping off the bridge. They had a couple incidents here where that happened.
Yes, sir.
And the main head fellow who's on the radio every day, who hires at the station, he was very in favor of the person jumping to ease the traffic. He was very cold about it. He called himself insensitive. And but that's what he was doing. He was saying he wants the person to jump just to clear the traffic. So they don't have the right to do it. And I disagree with that, but anyway.
I find that hard to believe.
No, that's what he said. And, yeah, he was very in favor of it, in favor of the person jumping just to clear the traffic. He said they had no right to back up.
I refuse to believe somebody would seriously say that.
Oh, he's serious. He is, and but he also criticizes you for your belief in UFOs, etc.
Well, that's cool. I'm used to that. If I was a doll and people were sticking pins in me, you wouldn't be able to see my face for all the pins. So that's all right.
Yeah, and then earlier you were talking about religious people who are always they're always pushing their morals or even standing on street corners preaching.
No, those are not the people I was criticizing. What I said was, I referred, of course, to the evangelical scandals that we had, but then I referred to people in my own life, people that I know that are just preachy as hell, and I mean really preachy, about morality, little tiny sticky points of morality, preaching to me about my doing this or my doing that. And these people turned out to be thieves, cheaters, the very worst sorts of people you can imagine. And even after all of that was revealed, they still go on preaching.
Yeah.
Yeah, I myself personally like to pray to Jesus if I want to, but I have a T-shirt that I wear that says, "Jesus, protect me from your followers."
Well, I wouldn't go that far.
And it hit home. But also, let's see, I have a UFO investigations T-shirt too that I got at a conference where I met Bob Exler.
Yes.
And I received some discrimination on that because I was in a gay rights parade marching with some friends and families, a straight contingent in the parade, and one of the fathers who was with the church there, I said, "Would you welcome gay aliens into it?" And he said, "No, we'll stick with humans."
God. All right, thank you very much. What happens, if we find out that there are aliens here, only they are, as a norm, homosexual. That is to say, they are of one gender and reproduce in that manner. I mean, it's entirely possible. Two questions, then. A, would we reject them and go to war immediately with them? And would we allow them to march in Earth parades? I get criticized all the time, because because I allow anybody to talk about anything here on the air, and whether that includes aliens or whatever else it is we happen to be talking about. And if you've been listening for a while now, you know it's anything on any given night. So who cares? I mean, life's too short. I'm 50 years old now, and I am bound and determined to do this program the way I want to do it, which is to have it be an open forum, which is to have unscreened calls. And if some of these heroes out there who are criticizing me would like perhaps to try for a few hours to do what it is that I do and take unscreened calls, then after that experience, after they have tasted the unexpected, the unexplained, sometimes the nearly intolerable, after they've tasted that, then they could bitch at me with some basis. But they don't. They hide behind their little screener TV screens. We'll be right back. The board operator at KCMO in Kansas City, this is reference a call we had a lot earlier. Somehow, at the beginning of the program, KCMO got a switch in the wrong place or something, and there was rock and roll music on there for about 10 minutes, and then they got my show back on again. He called up and said, sorry, new at the job, threw the wrong switch. See, that kind of thing happens. So there you are. I will be on KCMO, Kansas City, during their morning show, I think around 9:30, somewhere in there. So if you're in Kansas City and you stay up that late, I'll be on the air. Probably a lot of people who listen to KCMO at 9:30 don't even know who I am. Night creature that I be. All right, to the telephones west of the Rockies. You're on the air. Hello.
Hello, Art. This is Kogo and also L.A.
Yes, sir.
In L.A. That situation in Detroit, I don't think is an indictment of society. It's an indictment of this growing urban criminal subculture in every large city. And the story kind of reminds me of a man who was killed during the L.A. riots here in 1992. His name was Mr. Epstein, and he was actually lynched by a mob.
Reminds me of the story in New York where the woman was stabbed while everybody watched.
Yeah, that was back in the 60s.
Yeah.
You know, many people were killed during the April 1992 riots, according to the L.A. Times, but no one was ever brought to justice. And the Times says it's because members of the community, the black community, are protecting these criminals. And I would like to see somebody stir up this pot because people like Mr. Epstein deserve justice.
Well, I absolutely agree with you. And you might even say, how many times now has Rodney King been arrested, but not jailed?
He has an unlimited get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, yeah. And so it's sort of the same thing, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I know the L.A. Times won't even send reporters into many parts of that city now. And it's just like that lady who called in earlier said that there's just this huge population that wants what the other half has. And the only thing between them and the other half is the dwindling number of LAPD and sheriff's deputies.
That's a true statement. Yep, that was a good letter. As a matter of fact, thank you. If I can find that letter, I'll reread it. But even now, yeah, here it is. I'm going to reread this. You people in L.A., you'll love this. Hi, Art, love the show. I'm an ex-wife of an LAPD officer. I can tell you my opinion of the whole O.J. Simpson-Mark Furman mess. I believe O.J. did it. And he will get off because of sloppy and or questionable work by LAPD, the coroner's office, crime lab, and prosecution. As for Mark Furman, I know his racism was not only tolerated by LAPD, but sponsored, fostered, and supported by it. Any officer who bucks the status quo won't be able to wear enough bulletproof vests. He or she will pay, most likely with his or her life. Now, I can't hate or outright condemn my ex-husband or his fellow officers, because I've seen how each one goes to war every day for as long as they last. Imagine fighting in Vietnam or Kuwait for 20 years. Those who do make it to retirement have totally altered outlooks than those of us who have led civilian lives. And let us civilians not forget, there's a vast population out there that feels no compunction to abide by the same laws we automatically obey. We are perceived as the holders of the goods they want, and the police are perceived as the enemy. I'm a civil servant too, but I'm not expected to put my life on the line every day for anybody or everybody else. These officers are expected to do just that. Even their most vocal critics expect total sacrifice on the part of the police with just one 911 phone call, no matter what circumstances led to the call. What is the solution? I have no idea. I find it a pity, though, that Nicole Brown and Ronald Goldman had to die like they did to bring the mess to light. Now, I bet you O.J. gets his kids back. There is absolutely no justice here on earth. Maybe when O.J. meets his maker. That's Jan from San Francisco. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Hello.
Hello. Is this the Art Bell Show?
Yes, it is. Turn your radio off.
Yes, it's off now, sir.
Okay.
Hi. You were soliciting comments earlier about whether this is a quickening or not.
Right.
Yeah. Well, biblically speaking, and I'm not here to oppose nobody's opinion or nothing, but this is my opinion. Biblically speaking, Jesus said that we were in the last hour, or the last minute of the last hour. I don't think all this is really new. I really think instead that because of our modern technology and stuff that we're just hearing about it more. But that's not to say that I'm in disagreement with the fact that it's happening. Actually, I'm saying that it's been happening for a long time.
Well, actually, I'm saying I've been doing this talk show for 11 years. During that 11 years, sir, I have had constant modern communications available to me, television, radio, wire services, all of the, with the exception maybe of Internet that's come lately, but otherwise, right. I've had access to information for 11 years solid, doing a show every night, 5 nights a week.
Right.
This show, and then 6 nights a week otherwise. And I'm telling you that all events are indeed accelerating. It is true.
No, I believe. I didn't say I didn't believe they were accelerating. I'm just saying that these events have been happening on an accelerated basis since that time. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and it sounds like just like what I'm saying.
Yeah, exactly. I'm agreeing with you.
I see.
And I wanted to say one more thing. As far as not just children's eyes being glued together and such, but that the one gentleman earlier that commented on Democrats and Republicans, and he made it synonymous with socialism. I don't agree. I think you can be a Democrat and not be a socialist, and I think you can be a Republican and not be a socialist either, or the opposite of.
Well, I happen to agree with that. It's called the Great Middle, and I do agree with that. Dear Art, all those subhuman spectators should have their eyelids superglued together. Dear Art, what a bunch of BS. Answer this. Did you or did you not say to Mr. Morningstar that I too believe the Earth is alive? Yes, I did say that. What proof do you have? What can you hold in your hands? Silence from Mr. Missouri, Mr. Nuts and Bolts, as I suspect. Not likely, Steve in Santa Barbara. Oh, I know who you are. I said exactly as you quoted me, I too believe the Earth is alive, and I do. Now, that is not saying that I said, the Earth is alive, I know this to be a fact. Steve, read your own sentence. I too believe the Earth is alive. I have a lot of beliefs, but a belief is very different than my stating something as a fact. Do you see that distinction, Steve? I'm not saying something is a fact. I'm not saying it is a scientifically verifiable fact. Believing something, that's a different story. I believe O.J. Simpson is guilty. I don't know it for sure, but I believe it. I generally believe there is a very good chance we are being visited from elsewhere. I believe there is a creator. I don't know any of those things to be absolutely true. Steve, west of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, I'm calling from Lemoore, California.
Okay.
KMJ Country.
KMJ, yes.
Yes. At the first of your program, you had a list of 40 ways to destroy the Earth.
That's right.
I have one more to add to that list.
What would that be?
Okay. Increase the speed limit from 55 to 85.
85 miles per hour?
Right. This would help deplete the ozone, use up more gas,
kill more people,
more trees, kill more people, take care of the population explosion. It would also help the employment.
More police, more ambulances, more hospital bills.
Right, more coroners. We would have to build more hospitals to contain all of the amputees. Great idea, huh?
We could insist that every person who drives a car have a gun in their glove compartment.
At least one.
So that traffic disputes could be settled with more finality.
Right.
All right, well, that's good, ma'am. You're on track. Thank you.
I enjoy your program. Keep it up.
Thank you. Have a good morning. Art, I took a spin on your webpage tonight. This is one of the best I've ever found. Myron McLeod and Keith Rowland have done a nice job with it. Keep playing in Peoria. Don. Thank you, Don. I have not been on my own webpage. Isn't that pathetic? I'll have to do that. Here's yet another entry in the Message from Another Star system. If I were sending it, would be, quote, could you come over and play? Patricia in Woodstock, Illinois. Could you come over and play? Yeah, but I can't stay the night. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Radio Free America.
Well, there's a voice.
Well, I tell you what, it's harder and harder to get through to your program.
Well, I'm glad you've made it.
Well, I'm glad we got to hear from the sociopath in Kansas City. It sounds like he's drinking his midnight cocktail of sour grapefruit and lemon.
Ooh, he did sound sour, didn't he?
Oh, he cracks me up. Hey, that Noah's Ark story, quite interesting, especially your caller last night, who seems to know a little about what's going on over there, and the sonic reading that he was talking about.
That's why I let that call go on for a bit. That was a good call.
Oh yeah, Art. I'm kind of going to lobby here. I've really wanted you to do that on either this show or on Dreamland, to have that guy that's doing the research.
I'd love to.
Also about the Ark of the Covenant.
Yep.
That's really fascinating because what do you think would happen if they had literal proof that the Genesis, that far back,
that it all happened as described? Well, I think first of all, there would be a certain percentage of the population that absolutely would not accept it, no matter what. No matter what.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care what kind of scientific proof there would be. They would not accept it because it would spoil everything they believe.
Mm-hmm.
I think that a lot of other people would turn to religion, that a lot of people, percentage-wise, maybe even the majority, would turn to religion.
Don't you think it would be a huge threat for the powers that be, so to speak, to make that apparent?
Yes.
Yeah, I do too. I'll talk to you later.
See you. If they find the Ark on Ararat, and they're going to be, the digging is, as we speak, beginning. You tell me what else it could be high up on Ararat. Something, I saw the photographs. It's clearly in the shape of a ship, a very large ship, larger than the Queen Mary. How would that get up on a mountain? I believe the stats I heard quoted the other night on encounters were that it is better than 100,000 to 1 that it is not anything from Mother Nature. Okay? Think about that. 100,000 to 1 that Mother Nature could have formed this perfect ship-like object up there on Mount Ararat. Coincidence that it was seen right after the earthquake there on the day the nation of Israel was formed? Boy, that's some coincidence, huh? East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello?
Mr. Bell.
That's me.
Yeah, I have a lot of empathy for you with the gentleman that called in and complained about you raising the subscription.
Oh, yeah?
I mean, hasn't he ever heard of inflation? I subscribe to Harper's. I pay like $10, $12 a year. New Yorker, I pay like 33 cents an issue. They've been in business for 100 years. You're trying to put out something new.
Yep.
What I wanted to talk to you about was, the woman in Detroit.
Yes.
33-year-old. You recall Kitty Genovese in New York City?
I do, yes.
There were at least 40 people. This occurred, in the middle of the morning, too, where a man was beating and raping her in front of a brownstone.
That's right.
And
everybody watched. They all looked out their windows.
They looked out. I think a couple people called, but in New York City, sometimes the police are, a little slow in getting there. But they were so slow that he came back an hour later.
Let me say this.
And killed her.
Sir, let me say this. Then, that many years ago, that story stood out. That story was horrifying and not typical and not something you heard every day.
I know,
and we were all shocked as hell, and nobody's ever forgotten it. Now, today, this kind of story is becoming routine.
Right. Now, you're on KRAM here in St. Louis.
St. Louis, yes.
And I have you on most nights. I fall asleep, it's on low, The people that follow you come on from 6 to 9.
Uh-huh.
They're young people that have been fired from several stations here in St. Louis.
Well, most people in radio, sir, have been fired many times in their career.
But, they're two individuals that their producer announced, this is how I found out about this yesterday morning at 6 o'clock, because I hadn't read any papers over the weekend. Their producer announced it, and then they laugh and make a joke of it. And this Steve and JC that are on here following you on K-Ram
made a joke about, you mean...
laughed about the woman in Detroit, you know, because their whole show is, you know, they're in their mid to late 20s, and the whole show is just nonsense.
Is it a shock jock kind of thing?
Yeah, right, exactly. And I couldn't believe,
it's hard to imagine anything at all, thank you for the call, funny, at all funny about that situation. It is so sad that I worry for all of us. And as I said, the New York City incident, you recall how shocking and awful that was. Today, I can hardly come on the air without hearing about some 5-year-old's eyelids glued shut by daddy. One child who kills another, a lady jumping off a bridge. Mama throwing a baby out of a window, crack mom. You know, I really could go on and on and on. In other words, what once was shocking and very unusual today is becoming, I guess we're all getting a little numb, and I'm sorry, but it's getting to be the norm. I'm Art Bell, and we will be right back. From John in Escondido. Dear Art, you're so negative. I wonder why. Today's current programming has a tendency to be that way. Heck, it's hip. It's what we do. We focus on negative because we like to know things are worse for others than for ourselves. It keeps the responsibility other people's, in quotes. We are selfish and spoiled. Art, to actually be responsible in this day and age is being made criminal. Therefore, more and more people are becoming criminal. They're caring less and less. It's really too bad. John. Thank you, John. Art, that's got to be one of the funniest things I've heard in a long time. What if the aliens that came here, or are here, are all gay? How absolutely hysterical. I'm not gay, but I don't really give a... I can't read that word, sir. I don't give a... You know what? If somebody or anyone is, everyone freaks out too much about the whole subject, including the gay community. Well, I don't know. It's just one of those dumb things to consider. I mean, it's eminently possible, isn't it? If there are aliens, who's to say their reproductive systems mimic ours? Who's to say they even have different sexes? So, what if it was just one sex? We couldn't handle that, could we? We'd probably be at war, shooting them down. It's nighttime radio. Somebody else here asking about the ratings. You know, I don't. It's almost a good subject. I don't know why the ratings are so high for this program. Everywhere, not just in one place, but everywhere. The ratings are just absolutely flat out, unbelievably high. You tell me. There's people that are getting angry at me for it. They're actually getting angry at me for it. And I think it's because they don't understand it either. To them, they listen to the program and they go, you know, what is it? Why? How come? And this is, you know, these are some other broadcasters, and I wouldn't begin to know to tell them, or even you, or myself. I don't know why, fully. I don't understand fully why. It has to do with the format of the program. There's no magic here. It's just open radio. As far as I can see, that's what seems to be doing it. It's just open line, blah, 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 whatever comes up, radio. Maybe they're angry about it because their formula is not achieving the same thing. And I guess I would only say, look, anytime you follow somebody's formula, it's like marching behind Rush Limbaugh, you know, in lockstep. We all do our shows that way. Then pretty soon they're too much the same. There's just one Rush Limbaugh, not a million of them out there. And there's, I'm thankful, I think, just one of me. And so I do the program the way I do it, and I'm thankful that it works this way. I don't want to make anybody angry about it. I don't even like feeling that anger. So I don't know what to say about it. I've got a couple of faxes about that here. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Mr. Oddbell.
That's me.
Your friend Charlie, Mr. Illiberal in California, certainly shows his mentality or lack thereof by his comments.
What he shows is his hypocrisy. Now, you notice he wants to take everybody's gun away, but he says if it turns into a Mad Max world, he's going to take his and, you know, be part of the Mad Max syndrome.
That is for sure. Any gentleman on the scene there would have certainly defended not only her life, but her honor. I think if it turned into a Mad Max society, he would be roadkill.
Maybe it is turning into a Mad Max society. It sounds to me what just occurred up in Detroit is a big step in that direction.
Well, I think people take this whole quickening thing a little bit too far, but I do agree with you.
Do you believe or not believe that they have painted the entire top of the Space Needle as the Wheel of Fortune?
Well, as you know, I am in Bellingham, Washington, so I'm very close, and I doubt that very much so.
So you don't believe that?
No, I do not.
Would it be, in your estimation, a travesty if it was true?
If it was true, it would certainly be shine a negative light on our society.
All right,
yes.
Thank you. All right, the west of the Rockies line is now open for Seattle, Washington only. We're going to settle this right now. Have they done this or not? Is this true or not? I almost refuse to believe it. Now, I know, don't send me any more photographs. 2 people now have sent me photographs showing the top of the Space Needle painted as the Wheel of Fortune. I kid you not. It is the wheel. Now, I was there. I tried to broadcast from the Space Needle. That's a long story. But I refuse. I don't believe it. So, the west of the Rockies line is open for Seattle residents who will tell us the truth about the Space Needle. It just can't be. Tell us it ain't so. Are you in Seattle?
Yes, I am.
You are? Yes. All right. What is your first name?
Dusty.
Dusty, are you on a speaker phone?
No, I'm not.
All right. Dusty, what do you know about this?
Well, I just picked up today's issue of the Tacoma News Tribune.
Yes, sir.
And the front page of the local section.
Yes, sir.
Has a giant color picture.
No.
From above the Space Needle.
No.
And true to life, there's the Wheel of Fortune.
No.
Yeah, believe it or don't. What a travesty. I guess they're coming to town to film, so they painted the top of the needle to look like the wheel. Actually, I guess it would have been yesterday. It's the 22nd issue of the Tacoma News Tribune, Section B, front page, big color picture.
You swear this?
I'll fax you a copy of it.
No, I've got a copy. I mean, if this must be the picture. Oh, God, I've got it here. It shows I would say the closest, let's see if I'm right. There's the $500 and the $350 and a blank spot in between.
And off to the left-hand side, you can see the bankrupt square.
Bankrupt, yeah, that's right.
Yep.
Oh, God, it's true.
Yeah. I don't know. You just can't tell with some of these people.
It's nearing the end, sir.
I'm telling you.
Have a good morning.
Hey, one comment for you.
Yeah, sure.
What happened to the Gold Rose Company?
Oh, they'll be back. The Gold Rose Company, as a matter of fact, I think they're already booked back, so they'll be on shortly.
Well, good, because I wanted to get one and didn't have a chance to ever write the number down. And
well, 'tis the season soon. You know, we'll head toward Christmas, and you'll hear them back on.
Okay, great.
All right, thanks.
Have a good night.
Yep, you too. No. How did this happen? The Space Needle is the symbol of Seattle. The symbol of Seattle. I mean, when you think of Seattle, other than the movie Sleepless in Seattle, you think of the Space Needle. How can this be? On my Seattle line, you're on the air. Are you in Seattle?
Hello.
Hello.
I'm calling Art Bell.
First-time callers, area 702-727-1222.
Oh, no, Joseph, you're not allowed to give your last name on the air?
Oh.
So give us only your first name, Joseph, right?
Right.
Where are you calling from, Joseph?
Arroyo Grande, California.
Oh, well, but I'm holding this open for Seattle.
Well, I guess I'll have to try again.
All right, thank you. Couple more Seattles. I mean, I sort of halfway think people are screwing with me here a little bit. It's just one of those things that couldn't be true. On my Seattle line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, this is Bill from Ventura.
No, sir, I'm holding this line for Seattle.
Oh, you're still holding it. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I am, Bill. Thank you. I want at least a couple of more calls. I mean, I don't want to just depend on one or two calls. This is the kind of thing you need confirmation of. On my Seattle line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Yes.
I'm from Seattle.
You're from Seattle. All right. Turn your radio off.
I just did.
All right.
Off now.
What do you know?
Saw it yesterday. It's big, multicolored on the side. On the top, it's got the Wheel of Fortune.
The Wheel of Fortune.
So now the Seattle symbol is a little bit more colorful.
All right, let's try this angle with you. How do you feel about that? How do you think Seattle feels about that? I mean, wait a minute. Let me even back up further. Am I right? Is the Space Needle the Seattle symbol? I mean, for not only the nation, but the world. When you think about Seattle, you think about the Space Needle?
Pretty much. I really don't think about it that way, but I guess it could be to other states. I don't know.
So is there a sort of sacrilege to putting the Wheel of Fortune on it?
I think it's kind of stupid. It, makes it kind of colorful, but that's about it.
Does it sadden you as a Seattle resident?
Yeah, pretty much.
All they're missing is a statue of Vanna White on top, you know.
Picture of Pat on the elevator.
You know how you, this is really going to seem irreverent, but, I believe it's down near Buenos Aires or in, somewhere in, where is it anyway? It's in, I think maybe Brazil, where they have this very dramatic statue that they'll zoom in on with a helicopter. You've seen it, haven't you?
I might have, if you describe it.
Somehow I see that except Vanna White on top of the Space Needle. I mean, it's a logical follow-up to what they... So this really is real, huh?
Yeah, I first I didn't know it was a Wheel of Fortune. I just found out tonight that it was. All I could see from the side was, red, yellow, and, other colors.
Oh, all right, sir, thank you. All right, I'll open the line for everybody now. It's true. I guess it's true. It's the Quickening. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hello.
Art, hi. This is Jane in Seattle.
Well, good.
Can you hear me clearly?
Very clearly, yes.
Oh, good. It's true. They painted the Space Needle. My folks celebrated their 52nd wedding anniversary on top of the needle tonight.
Really?
Yes, really.
How is this? I mean, this must be, or is about to be, a big topic of talk radio in Seattle. I mean, I would like to know what Seattle people generally feel about this change.
Well, I decided not to worry about it too much because other topics that you cover on the air are much more brain-grappling than the painting of the Space Needle, and I'm just going to trust that eventually they'll repaint the Space Needle to its original pretty hues. After the flap of Wheel of Fortune is over with, I'm trusting they will repaint it back to its typical Seattle grace.
Well, as I look at the picture here, they could actually turn it into a, in Las Vegas where they have the wheels that you spin?
Yes.
And a little ball could roll out from the top. Anyway, you did have something more serious, even though I'll tell you, this is serious. Anyway, go ahead.
Oh, that's all right. I was just addressing the seriousness of the issues you usually cover on your program. And,
we cover anything, and I got this picture of the Space Needle, and I don't know, it seemed like sacrilege to me somehow.
Well, since we're down usually at the bottom and not flying over the needle, I
Yeah.
guess we don't have to look at it quite in the same perspective as what you experience looking at it in the newspaper from the top. And I find it rather interesting and somewhat humorous. And I really can't take it that seriously because up to this point I've not flown over the needle to see what it looks like. I was over the needle about 2 weeks ago coming back from...
Well, now, wait a minute now. If the restaurant is above that, right?
I believe the great painting is above the restaurant part.
Oh, it is.
Visible from the air is my understanding.
Well, okay. That's right. The restaurant is literally in the round area.
Yes, it is.
So even the people in the restaurant don't have to look at it, really.
That's true. All they have to look at really are the gorgeous Olympics and the gorgeous Cascades and the sunsets and the sunrises and the rainbows we have around here. That's what...
Now, would you feel that it would be going too far to have a giant statue of Vanna White on top?
That's going way too far. I prefer a replica of the Statue of Liberty to a statue of Vanna White. Then I would object.
With the state of America today, my dear lady, a lot of people would not be able to tell the difference.
Isn't that the truth?
Thank you very much for the call.
Thank you, Art. It's fun talking with you.
Take care. You must continue to laugh occasionally. Even at things that don't seem like they should be laughed at, so as not to cry. Hey, I forgot to tell you. I got a copy of Patrick's check. You know, Patrick of last night? Patrick of the $95,000? I've got a copy of his check as a GIF picture on our computer system. And so if you would like to see the check that Patrick deposited to get his $95,000, call our bulletin board service. It is called simply check.gif. And you know what I want now? I want a GIF picture of the Space Needle. Anybody who can send that to me, attach it to email or something on AOL. If anybody's got a good quality picture, I mean, this is the most incredible thing you've ever seen in your whole life. I would love to have a photograph of that, a good one, as a GIF photograph, and I will put that up on my bulletin board, too. It's actually not my bulletin board, by the way. It's put on by a kindly gentleman here in Pahrump, Nevada. Actually, he's a pretty cool guy. He's a retired FBI.
See the kind of friends you have, Art?
East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Good morning, Art. This is OJ in Kansas City.
How you doing?
KCMO, doing fine.
I think I'm going to be on the morning show there this morning.
Oh, for heaven's sakes.
That's what I said.
You stay up that late?
Well, it's 9:30 there. It'd be 7:30 here. Yeah.
That's not so bad.
Right.
You know, it's not as easy to be chivalrous and save damsels as it used to be.
Apparently. Not even in vogue anymore.
No. First of all, you have to have a fairly large arsenal to carry around with you, because the first thing you have to do is kill the perpetrators so they can't sue you. Then you have to kill the witnesses so they can't finger you. Then you have to make sure there aren't any TV people around. It's not as easy as it used to be.
Well, you're exactly right.
Unfortunately, that's
true. A little cynical presentation, but the truth of the matter is that there is a step from that, or in other words, not participating, not jumping into the middle of it, but gee whiz, folks, to cheering and chanting for someone to kill themselves. Now, please.
Lord.
Yeah.
I tell you. I'm going to do the right thing no matter what it costs, but I hope it doesn't present itself to me. I'm too young to go to jail. All right, thank you for being there.
Yeah, thank you for calling, sir. Have a good morning. On the first-time caller line, you are on the air.
Oh, Art, let me turn my radio down.
That's good. Do that.
Whoops, sorry.
That's all right. You are a first-time caller, right?
Yes, I am. First-time caller on any show.
Oh, my. All right.
First, I wanted to tell you about a little tip for disciplining kitties. I heard you mention one time you got to spank yours every once in a while.
Yeah.
Just keep a little water gun next to you. You don't even have to get out of your chair.
Well, see, I have no problems of that sort. The problems occur My cats are inside cats.
Mine too.
I don't let them out. And if they make a run for the door,
Oh, I see.
then they get themselves a swat on the tail end. And cats take it rough.
Yes.
I mean, they really do. They sulk.
Yes, they do. But I thought you meant like furniture scratching and that kind of
But I
thing.
mean, it's for no. It's for their own good.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, it is. Yeah, mine are indoor cats too. And I wanted to mention one more thing.
Yes.
Asking one time about what you thought people would do if there was a comet was going to hit the Earth.
Yeah, if you had days or weeks or months or even years. Yeah.
I think they say all people are really three people. The person you think you are, the person other people think they are, think you are, and the person you really are. I think we'd all become the people we really are.
And so then what result would that yield?
I think that people would just be surprised. The masks would all come off. I mean...
Well, okay, I'm trying to pin you to the wall here. When they did,
Mm-hmm.
what kind of society would we have? I mean, would everybody quietly go home to be with their loved ones?
Some would.
Would there be mostly rape, pillage, Mad Max time? Or?
I think most of them would probably go home to be with their families.
How much Mad Maxing would there be?
Oh, probably less than there is now.
Really?
I think so,
Well, that might be all right for a period of time.
Yeah, I think that when it came down to it, and you knew you only had a certain amount of time, the things that were important in your life would come out.
All right. We'll be right back. I'm wondering how our society is going to absorb this whole Roswell autopsy film. It's a very interesting question. It will depend, of course, on how they present it. If it's with a wink and nod and a chuckle, maybe it'll just roll over everybody. If it is presented seriously, there may be an impact on society. Art, the horrendous things that are taking place in our current world makes one wonder if somehow as a species we are thinning out our own overpopulation problems. Well, maybe. Perhaps there is a kind of species consciousness that works within the balance of nature, and this is simply man's way of keeping that balance in check. Sort of a lemming kind of deal, right? Or perhaps our world is but a mere image of Sodom and Gomorrah, oh boy. Remember, there were many atrocities taking place there, from open murders, child molestation, homosexuality, bestiality, stealing. Are we doomed to repeat the past because we did not learn from history? But, just like in Sodom and Gomorrah, remember God sent his messengers to collect and rescue the few godly people from that place before God utterly destroyed it. Something to think about. Carol, KFYI. Well, could be. Could be that if they discover it is indeed the Ark on Ararat, that people will begin to do some deep thinking. In other words, at one point previously, God saved those who were in the Ark. Sort of drowned everybody like so many ants in a bucket with a bucket of water tossed on them. I mean, that's about exactly what it amounted to, right? So if they find the Ark up there, and that's true, it's going to provoke a lot of very deep thought, isn't it? Because what was done once certainly could be done again. History and Sodom and Gomorrah. Well, anyway. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hey, Art.
Hello.
Yeah,
Where are you?
Pleasantdale, Nebraska.
Okay. Glad to have you.
Yeah, hey, first of all, aliens of one gender would be asexual, not homosexual.
Well, I know. I said that, asexual. But I mean, to a heterosexual, mainly a heterosexual people, they would seem homosexual.
Yeah, I guess, but then brothers and sisters may be arguing over who gets to date one.
Well, there would be some of that.
Really though, which do you prefer, Dogs and Cats Revisited, or How the Earth is a Living Being?
Let's go with the latter.
Okay, well, you know,
the theory on global warming, the depletion of the ozone, first of all.
Yes.
You notice all the thunderstorms we have?
Yeah.
Lightning creates what? Ozone.
Right.
Earth's fixing itself.
Think so?
Yeah, I think so.
Thank you.
You bet.
See you later. You guys have got to see the Space Needle. I would not have believed it, actually. Even seeing the photograph, I did not believe it. And it shows you how you can be in doubt about things. They sent me the photograph. I saw it. It's a Wheel of Fortune, for real. Painted on the entire top of the Space Needle. And it's one of those things you would expect to see, you know, doctored photograph. Ha, ha, ha. Isn't this funny, Art? It's real. I bet there's going to be a controversy in Seattle. Maybe we ought to have one here. I could do that. I wonder if I could find somebody in favor of doing this and get somebody over on the other side. That'd make great debate, wouldn't it? West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, Art. This is Steve calling from Tempe, Arizona.
Hi, Steve.
Yes, I'm kind of curious about this film of the alien autopsy.
Yes.
Are they going to make it available to the public in its complete, you know, what they have left of the film?
Well, I don't know whether we're going to get it all, but I know we're going to get a good, healthy dose on August 28th. It's being promoted now on Fox.
Are they going to actually show a good portion of it, or are they just going to give us a little tease?
I think a pretty good portion.
Huh. That's going to be interesting then. Are you or your show or anybody affiliated with you going to be are you going to be making the videotape itself available to the public?
Well, no. The owner of the copyright, who gave us permission to publish, Santilli, is already making it available. You can get a video or something.
I thought maybe he would.
Or if you're smart, you just run your VCR when they broadcast it on the 28th.
I'm planning on that anyway, but.
So there you are.
I was just wondering if they're going to show the craft pieces at all.
Somebody sent me a wonderful gift. Thank you. I don't know about the pieces. I think they may. Somebody sent me in a glass tube allegedly the symbols that were recovered on a piece from Roswell, and I have that. And they do look kind of like hieroglyphics. That's as close as I can come. And it is supposedly an accurate reproduction of those, and I've got that. It's encased in glass in a tube. It's really kind of neat. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
KGMS, in California.
Well, hello.
Hey, you know why your show's so good?
No.
Well, because you focus on the callers, and they feel important. That's why.
Okay. I'm not sure that's true. I mean, I'm not even nice to everybody.
I know, but the callers are kind of like the show, and you're just there.
Yeah, that's true.
You know, I really don't understand this whole theory about if we find out, like, there's aliens and extraterrestrial life, that the world's going to fall apart. What are we, like a bunch of kids finding out that there's really no Santa Claus?
Yep.
I think that's ridiculous. I think everybody's blowing that part way out of proportion.
Well, then you don't properly understand the religious beliefs of people and what would happen when they're challenged. I mean, look at the wars around the world, dear lady. They're fought over differences in religious views.
Well, then maybe it would be a good thing.
Well, but don't minimize it. I mean, if something came along that destroyed or strongly challenged religious views, I assure you, blood would flow. Alien and human.
Alien, I know. I think that people are so stubborn that it probably would make any difference at all. And they go right on believing whatever it is they believe. You know, saying, well, you're not real, or something like that.
Well, I'm sure, a lot of that's going to go on after the showing of the Santilli film.
I know, I can't wait to see that. Is it like on a show, or are they just showing it?
Well, it's a special.
Ah, okay. Because I don't really watch TV very much.
Well, be sure to watch this.
I will. Good night.
And good night to you. It will depend on the presentation. But there's going to be a lot of reaction to it. and a lot of it is not going to be positive. Which probably means that even if there really was sudden absolute proof of aliens, a substantial portion of the population simply would refuse to believe it. Or anything else like that. I mean, maybe we have arrived in the day and age where no matter how good the proof of anything, it will not matter. People will doubt. For me, there is a threshold of proof, a scientific proof. What is science? It is the ability to prove something by repeating it and achieving the same results time after time. You can prove something. So there is a threshold. It's a fairly stiff and a severe one, but I will accept something as scientific fact at a certain point. That threshold for me has not been reached with regard to aliens, or abductions, or crop circles, or life after death, or our maker, or a lot of things. I have not reached that threshold of proof. And I hope that you understand, some of you. I am intensely fascinated with and pursue these topics. Do not translate that to, I'm saying it is so, because I won't do that until I get to that threshold of proof. West of the would have been. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art. This is Dick calling from Kaneohe, Hawaii.
Well, hello.
Hi, how are you?
Very well.
You've discussed this, and I've missed it. But this is something I'd like to bring up concerning the pictures of the aliens.
Sure.
There have been so many people who claim to have been abducted, right?
Yes.
Have any of them looked at the picture and said, oh, these are the people that have been coming and getting me?
Nobody I've talked to yet. Well, one lady.
What did she say about it?
Those are the people that got me. Roughly that. Yeah, I did talk to one lady who said that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it seems that if there are the thousands of people that are being abducted night after night, that some of them would come forward and say yes or no. It's a very, very interesting thing.
You've got to remember, other than, say, my newsletter, which, got permission to publish these photos, and some other various leaks on internet and so forth, the general public has not yet seen these.
Well, you're right there. I mean, I'm a nethead, so I'm on the World Wide Web all the time, and I've seen it for weeks. So yeah, I guess that they haven't been widely distributed.
How do you think the American public will absorb this information? It's a hell of a question. I mean, when they show it, if they just show it, what do you think will be the result?
Well, I don't know, because I consider myself a reasonably intelligent human being, and for years the subject of UFOs was something that I never really thought about. I thought, well, yeah, there probably are aliens. I don't know if they're coming or not. I saw so much of the tabloid stuff, and one night driving home from work, I happened upon your show, Dreamland.
Yes.
You were interviewing John Mack, and I
yes.
thought, my goodness. And I went home and listened to it till late in the night, and I went, these guys aren't crazy.
Oh, no.
And so I started listening to your show, and I started reading the literature, and there is this wealth of information from credible sources.
I know.
That people don't know anything about. It just isn't out there.
I know.
I'm a reporter at a television station in Hawaii. And
you are?
Oh, yeah.
Well,
and this, if I tried to do a story on any of this, and I did, we had those sightings in Kaneohe last January with some lights in the sky.
I recall.
Yeah, and my news director said, "Well, we can't put this on the air. This is crazy. It's just too. There has been I believe, such a good job of discrediting this that the general public, it just goes right over their head. They just think it's tabloid stuff.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know what's going to happen."
Well, I really appreciate your comments. Thank you. I am past the point of letting it bother me. As I say, it's an open line talk show, And a lot of you have decided you've gathered here to talk about certain topics. I'm not going to stop you. I'm fascinated by them. I've been investigating them for years. I will continue to do so, always in the hope that we will together approach that threshold of proof. And so you just keep working toward that. In the meantime, these are all fascinating things, and I, for one, will continue to pursue them until they come and take me away. Ha ha. They're coming to take me away. Ha ha. Ho ho. Remember that one? Got to be old enough for that one, too. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Yes, good morning. Calling from KEX, Portland.
Yes, sir.
The only thing that I find surprising in that Detroit fiasco is that popcorn and candy apples weren't sold at that thing. It seems that lately, you've talked about in your show before, the desensitization of human life in this country seems to be rampant.
Yeah.
I volunteer for a child abuse hotline about 4 times a month, and the rancid, disgusting pus of behavior I hear, it saddens me.
Okay, here's another one. These are just all over the place this morning. Listen to this. Hi, Art. Here's a local news story you may want to comment on. A local man with learning disabilities is being tried for the child rape of his 15-year-old daughter. However, the girl is refusing to testify. She does not want him convicted. So, the judge has thrown her in juvenile detention and or under house arrest until she takes the stand. It's been about a week so far, and she is still not willing to testify. Dale, listening to KVI/Como.
Sad commentary.
Yeah.
Also, if I may add one story to the two you mentioned earlier about the Portland and Washington area.
Sure.
I think last week a 16-year-old boy and a 17-year-old friend killed the parents of the 16-year-old. And then if that wasn't bad enough, they took the 5-year-old little brother and drowned him in the bathtub.
My God.
I don't, like you say, maybe that quickening thing, maybe there is something really to that.
I'm sorry, but I think there is.
Yeah, life doesn't mean anything to a lot of people. And I'm not saying everybody, but like I say, that hotline I work for, there's a lot of people that just don't give a rat's,
I know. I thank you for the call, sir. The quickening is real. It's real. I've been doing this particular talk show, for 11 years now. 11 years. And I can tell you, during that 11 years, I've always had access to all the news that is the news that's worth reporting, as they say. And events, crime, social misbehavior, the lessening of the worth of life, our political system, our institutions, everything, events have been accelerating and deteriorating, and it is real, and I choose to call it the quickening. It's just a word, but it describes a whole range of events that are accelerating at an incredible pace. It is something to see. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
KMPC Land.
In Los Angeles.
Yes. Hey, remember when they were talking about, this goes back a little bit in time, but about how the, I guess gang people were putting the damper on drive-by shootings, in L.A.?
Well, it was the Mexican mafia, sir.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, I think that's a bunch of hooey, because they had recently, within the last 2 weeks, a shooting up in Boyle Heights where a 14-year-old kid was killed. The news crew went around and started interviewing the people in the neighborhood, and they said, if anything, the shootings on the street are worse than they've ever been. So I think there's a little bit of fallacy there as far as, what effect this has been having as far as,
Well, maybe it had an effect and a very short one.
Yeah. Hey, when you were talking about genderless aliens.
Yes, that's right.
Well, what would these prophylactic companies do?
Well, they would still need prophylactics, sir, because even aliens of a single gender, which presumably would have, fingertip to fingertip, or whatever it would be, however their mating habits would be, would still have concerns about not wanting to have little alien children when they didn't want to have little alien children. So no doubt those companies would simply adapt. And I don't want to say any more about that. We're going to break here, and we'll be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
Just remember you got the teeth that hide right on you. It's dirty something no matter. Get it on, and not gone, get it on. Get it on.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from August 22nd, 1995.
Well, this is just what I needed to top off my morning. It's from Martin. Up in Como country, KVI country, Wheel of Fortune country. Can't believe it. Hi, Art. I just heard on the 3 a.m. news that several teenagers are being held on charges of animal cruelty. Apparently, they hung 2 cats at a cemetery in the Queen Anne Hill area of Seattle. Maybe they're related to Stephen King of Pet Sematary fame. In any event, the quickening moves on. However, for these kids, it may be the slowing. Washington state laws makes deliberate acts of cruelty to animals a felony. And so it should be. If I were to add up the stories I've had out throughout the night tonight and read them all at once as a 10-minute newscast, I would leave you in tears. I'm serious. The cruelty of human beings to human beings and to animals and to everything around them has grown to the point where you could take a night like tonight, combine the stories, put them all together, and probably take some of the strongest people out there to tears. They're saying now this girl didn't jump, she was pushed off the bridge. East of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Mr. Bell?
Hello?
Yes. I was just listening to what you're talking about, cats and kittens.
Where are you?
I'm in St. Louis.
Yes, sir. Turn your radio off, sir.
I have my radio off.
Okay. No, you don't. Thanks for the call. A wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hey, good morning, Art. This is Bill from Portland, KEX.
Hi, Bill.
Hey, can I just run one quick thing about Absolutely Fresh Flowers?
Sure.
It's a great deal. I've done it myself. One little teeny flaw that I found in it was that I sent them to my wife as a surprise, and I put on the card, guess who, and they signed my name at the bottom. But that's just a minor flaw. The deal is astronomical.
Wait a minute now. You send them to your wife, and it was supposed to just say, guess who?
Well, they asked.
But they actually put your name when you didn't want them to, is that correct?
Well, I don't know if it was. They asked who they were from, and I said...
No, I just want to get straight what happened. You wanted just guess who on the card without a name?
Well, they asked me who it was from, and I said, well...
Well, no, sir, please answer my question first. You sent it, and your instructions were to just put guess who on it?
Yes.
Not your name?
No.
Thank you. Maybe they figured they were doing you a favor.
They did all around, believe me. on this subject about that poor gal that in that bridge incident. I've been in towing for years, and I tell you, if you can put a ring and a curtain around an accident scene of whatever magnitude, you could get more money out of it than the Tyson fight. I tell you, the people out there are sick with this. And I've been to dozens and dozens of fatalities, and I've seen more accidents from the rubbernecks going the other way.
Yeah.
You know, the fender benders and the
But still, sir, it's a long way from that to chanting jump, 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 or whatever.
I don't know. I've been there at the fatalities and stuff and seen the people robbed, their cars pillaged. I tell you, people don't have a conscience over any of this stuff anymore. And I might be wrong. It was my understanding that she had bumped a couple cars before this happened.
Yeah.
On a hit and run.
Might have.
Yeah. I tell you, the frustrations get so high anymore. It's just unbelievable how people act. And being around the accidents that I've been around and stuff, I was just in one the other morning, you know, at the scene of one. And it's a sad situation all around. But the people that are the gawkers.
Yes.
And the rubbernecks and the comments, you know, in one turn the police get battered down with, this Rodney King and this Tyson, the Simpson trial and all that, but they don't give them enough credit, really, out there from what they do on the sidelines.
I know.
Helping people out. They really do. And the firemen, I tell you, don't get any credit. These guys are outstanding people for us.
I know, but the police particularly now probably have never in America been at a lower point with regard to respect and support. I don't think they've ever been at a lower point, have they?
I don't believe so. They've been kind of shunned into their own little group, you know, and they're just kind of amongst themselves as friends and their own personal tight-knit family.
All right, thanks for the call, sir. From Steve. Now, Steve is the guy who faxed about the living Earth. Remember Steve? He was the guy I put on the air with my guest Sunday on Dreamland. Dear Art, he says, point taken. I suppose the difference between you and I is that I will not believe anything anyone tells me when speaking of the paranormal. Words don't do it for me. Now, I do understand that sometimes a theory can jive with one's own personal experiences. I'm not a bomb thrower, but when I was in college, I had many debates about the living Earth idea. As long as I've been arguing this subject, nobody has ever presented anything more than a feeling for evidence. I don't mean to insult your beliefs, sorry if I have. I've been around the world more than once. I've seen things that I would not think could happen. I just think it's important to separate what is known from what could be. It could be the black helicopters are out there to do unspeakable harm. But we use our common sense to judge these claims. So, let me ask you this, and I don't mean to be confrontational, in all seriousness. What experiences of yours, or things you have learned, that lean you in the direction of believing, not knowing as fact, the Earth is of a consciousness? What is it that makes you not dismiss this as just so much rubbish? I'm genuinely interested. Steve in Santa Barbara. Boy, Steve, here we go again. First of all, I'm not suggesting, Steve, the Earth has a consciousness as you and I define it in our human condition. However, the Earth is a balanced ecology. Call it nature, call it God, call it whatever it pleases you to call it, but there is a balance that exists, and so that in a very real sense, I'm not saying there is a consciousness, I'm saying that the Earth is an organism itself, a living, thriving organism that reacts as an organism would, perhaps in self-defense, perhaps in effect in gratitude, if challenged, if irritated, that it would act to correct its own environment. As the caller said, lots of lightning, lots of ozone. lots of hot weather that will end up in effect, balancing something else. It's the best I can do, Steve. I believe the Earth is, in that sense, a living entity. Not necessarily a conscious entity, as we define consciousness, though I don't rule out that possibility, but simply alive in the sense I just gave you. Best I can do, Steve. First-time caller line, you're on the air. No, he gave up. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Yes, this is Aaron, the atheist, calling from Fairhaven, Washington.
Atheist, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not afraid to admit it.
No God. Is that right?
Never seen any evidence for any sort of supernatural being.
Well, I guess I would have to say then, if that's the definition of an atheist, then I'm one too. But I'm not. In other words, even though I can't see it and put my hand on it, I don't declare it not to be any more than I declare it to be. I declare it possible, even probable, and I don't see, I have as much trouble with your position as I have trying to come to terms with my own. How can you know there is not something?
I think you're laboring under an ill definition of what atheism is.
Really?
Not actually.
I thought atheism was a belief system, much as belief in, absolute belief in a creator is. That you believe there is no such thing. Dead, gone, quiet, nothingness, the end.
Philosophical atheism is not the belief that no God exists. It is the absence of any belief in any God.
That's a pretty thin line there, sir.
Well, you talk a lot about science, and my position is, strictly speaking, scientific. And according to your criterion, you also have to entertain the possibility of leprechauns and gnomes, trolls, and any other such supernatural...
Well, I do. It could be.
Why waste your time with such silliness and such superstition?
Well, that's fine to say until you meet a leprechaun.
I cannot disprove the existence of any God, but as Bertrand Russell once said, neither can I disprove the existence of Zeus or any of the other myriad of deities in ancient Greece or in ancient Rome.
To me, that makes you from Missouri, not an atheist.
When you move above and beyond the evidence, you can say whatever you want to because you've unfettered yourself from factuality.
From factuality?
I can't actually invalidate any claim that any believer makes because it isn't falsifiable in practice or even in principle. For instance, if you were to tell me that God exists...
I wouldn't.
I said for instance.
Yes.
If you said that for instance, then I would ask you, how could I attempt to...
Prove
put it positively, how could I attempt to verify that? Where is this God?
Yes.
Where can I meet him face to face?
Mm-hmm.
And I might say a bit cynically, why is he such a hidden God? I'm here.
Why does he let the babies die?
Hey.
If your God is good, why does he allow tragedy? Why does he allow people to be pushed off bridges for automobile accidents?
You did have a caller on who was, you guys were talking about infants dying before baptism and thus
I recall, yes.
St. Augustine, very famous Christian philosopher, the early Middle Ages.
Mm-hmm.
He was very adamant and explicit that any infant that in fact perished before baptism was condemned and consigned
I'm aware
to eternal punishment.
Yes, I know.
This is a Christian doctrine, and it's easily ascertainable throughout the good book.
Well, I don't think you're an atheist.
Well,
you're an agnostic.
The believers make me feel like an atheist.
Well, I know, but go look it up. You're really an agnostic.
No, agnosticism is dishonest atheism. If you have no belief in a God, you're an atheist.
An atheist, I believe, believes, as an article of faith, there is not a God.
An atheist, strictly speaking, again, is somebody without a belief in a God. That's
Okay,
what it
so
means.
by then your own definition, you're not one.
I said that I don't have a belief in a God. That makes me an atheist.
If you, as an article of faith, believe there is
It's not an
a
article
God.
of faith.
It's not.
No.
In other words, you can't prove it one way or the other?
I don't have to prove anything. I'm not the one making the claim.
You're an agnostic.
Label me and negate me. I don't care.
Okay. I can do that.
I respect your position, though, that you're interested in the great mysteries of life.
Well, should we not be? In other words, isn't investigation or continuing and striving to reach that threshold of proof that you and I would both like, isn't that important?
Absolutely. I would even go so far as to call myself a God seeker. I just have not as yet found anything.
All right, sir. Thank you. Believe me, as I understand the definition of atheist, you are not one. But if you want to call yourself that, sir, suits me. I'm not bothered by it. You call yourself anything you want. I just don't think you are. I don't think there are a lot of atheists out there, any more than... We'll be right back. On our West of the Rockies line, you're on the air. Hello there. Going once, going twice, gone. Wildcard line, you're on the air.
Hello, this is Mark in Honolulu.
Hello, Mark.
Hi, how you doing? You've had a really interesting show tonight, and
Thank you.
You're absolutely correct. My facts, it was in a total panic. It was absolutely fantastic flowers. Because she really called me in a panic, and she goes, I don't know what I'm going to do. I've absolutely ran out of vases. I don't know where I'm going to put all these things. They're absolutely wonderful. I got big marks.
Thank you for calling and verifying that.
Yeah, I wanted to also say that if, like with Santilli's upcoming release and all that kind of stuff, if people really got on to the fact, if it was so, not saying it is, but if it was so, and say maybe there was just a mass landing so that everybody in the world could really see that there was other intelligent life in the universe, and we weren't the only ones created in God's image, my goodness, I think a whole lot of people would be back to the 20 stock crash. A lot of people would be running around very, very numb.
All right, let me present you with an alternative idea. Suppose somehow these people did have really good transportation, and so they made it here, but when they came down off the ramp, they were like Dumb and Dumber.
They had high technology, but they'd been dumbed down in their education system.
So they were total twerps that came down off the ramp. How would we treat them?
That would be a good question. I wouldn't know. I would imagine at least in this country, I think that most things, depending on how many there were actually there, if there was just a shipload, they'd probably be whisked off.
No, I'm going with your scenario, that they would be landing all over. There would be thousands and thousands of them, and they were all mental...
basket cases?
Basket cases, that's right. Now, as you know, our Constitution prohibits slavery of human beings.
Well, yeah, supposedly, but I would imagine that under the circumstances right now, I would say the scenario would go that they would be put institutionalized and studied, and their technology would be whisked away and reverse engineered as quick as they possibly could, and use it for other purposes. I don't really think that, the whole world would be so benevolent as to, give them a box each of fresh flowers and thank them for dropping by and ask them when they're coming back.
All right, sir, I appreciate your call. Thank you. Have a good morning. First-time caller line. We're getting short on time here. You're on the air.
Hey, good deal, Art. Thanks a lot.
Sure. Where are you?
I am in Everett, Washington.
Everett, yes,
yeah,
sir.
I wanted to say something about the Wheel of Fortune deal.
Oh.
Just real quick.
Yes.
I guess Vanna White was downtown in Seattle at the Pike Place Market.
Yes.
You ever heard of that place?
I have, yes.
Yeah, and she was tossing fish at the fish market.
She was?
Yes, that's what I heard on the radio this afternoon. So. But
would you think that it would? I mean, how do you feel about having this on the Space Needle? I want your true feelings.
Well, you know, I don't think that we really need it. I mean, it's kind of a defacement of something that. I mean, if you look at products that come from Washington State,
isn't the Space Needle sort of sacred in a way for Seattle?
I think it is. You look at products that come from Washington State that go all over the world, and you see pictures of the Space Needle and everything, and you just, I don't know, it kind of makes me sick to think that we are so commercialized in today's world that we need to see things like that.
I can only see it topped off with a rotating giant statue of Vanna White.
Yeah, that's about as far as they could go. That's about the only way they can top it, so to say, I guess.
Well, maybe they painted it all up there with water-soluble paint, and God knows you get lots of rain in Seattle, so...
Exactly.
That's the quickening. I gotta go, sir. We're out of time. So, tell America good night.
Hey, America, good night, and thanks a lot, Art. We'll talk to you some other time.
All right. That's it. Clock says we gotta go. I can't believe it. We'll be back again tomorrow, I think. Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. Jeffrey Nyquist is coming up shortly, and I'll tell you all about him. What a tangled web we have woven, huh? April 1st, I did something that some might call a prank. Well, it was a prank, but it wasn't intended to be funny. A lot of people, I guess, thought it was intended to be funny. It wasn't. It was intended to make a statement. And let me read what I said back then. All right, that's a couple of weeks ago now. That was just into the bombing that now, by the way, is escalating into 300 more airplanes, $500 million spent already. The reserves are being called up. And they are now, of course, talking about strategy for putting hundreds of thousands of troops on the ground to invade Yugoslavia. What I said on April 1st was the hack seen on this site was an April 1st prank by myself and Keith Rowland. However, it was to make a point. Though I do not agree in any way with what the Serbs are reported, in caps, to be doing, it is none of our damn business. The UN might make a case for intervention when one nation invades another. As a libertarian, even that causes me pause. To bomb until the Serbs agree to change their internal policy is folly. Will we bomb for a few more days, weeks, months? Will we declare victory if they agree to talk? Will that end differences that have been festering longer than we have been a nation? If this is the New World Order, I want no part of it. If we must act beyond our own borders, then let us help those displaced by the madness. The real flow of refugees did not begin until our, in quotes, goodwill bombing began. Is our next act to be American troops on the ground? Would you see your son or daughter die to change attitudes in Serbia? If war is to begin once again in Europe, it is sad indeed. We should not be the ones to light the fuse. If this is the New World Order, then where were we when 500,000 Africans were hacked to death? Where were we when millions were slaughtered in Cambodia? The world is not a nice place, and our bombs will not make it so, Art Bell. That's what I said. Jeff Nyquist is author of a book called Origins of the Fourth World War, and he works as a columnist for Newsmax. Mr. Nyquist has been an independent researcher on mass destruction weapons and state militarism for 11 years. He has published articles in the New American, the Conservative Review. Mr. Nyquist recently completed a series of speeches and lectures in 31 American cities. He has been a teacher in the social sciences, 2 years of graduate work at the University of California, lives in Eureka, California, publishes his own monthly newsletter. Nyquist is an independent researcher of international affairs, author of Origins of the Fourth World War, explains why Russia has been planning, now brace yourself, planning a surprise attack against the United States and how Bill Clinton has made it possible. Nyquist details the disturbing facts. From the building of nuclear bunkers to brand new ICBMs, the Russians have not changed their ways. Nyquist believes that Russia's planned surprise nuclear attack against us will come sooner rather than later, quite possibly within the next year if the U.S. continues on its present reckless course. Nyquist makes a very convincing case and demonstrates a powerful intellect. He listed signs that would indicate that a Russian attack was being planned. He predicted the authorities in Russia would deliberately implode their own economy to advance their political and military agendas. That would have to be the part of the economy yet not yet imploded. That Russia would ally with China, that Russia would stockpile huge quantities of food and other supplies for war, and begin moving their nuclear weapons onto their naval ships where they are much more difficult to monitor and deter. All of these things have already occurred. I got a little blurb here, breaking news from Newsmax.com. Clinton may trigger World War III, and it of course, suggests that Russia is engaged in a full mobilization for global war, that Russia has called up 250,000 troops, making their army 5 times larger than ours in number, that Russia and China are using NATO aggression to win popular support for a global war, that the war is going to spread. Already, North Korea has slipped dozens of commandos into South Korea to destroy communication and transportation centers, one sign of an imminent war. And so, in a moment, we are going to talk with Jeffrey Nyquist, and a lot of bombs have blown up the bridge since he was last on, so we've got a lot of catching up to do. In 1850 is Jeffrey Nyquist. Jeffrey, welcome back to the program.
Thank you, Art.
It's a really good time to have you back on the program, Jeffrey. You heard when I wrote a couple weeks ago about, so you know my feelings without question about what's going on right now in Yugoslavia, and tonight there's a lot of news. Oh, man, we're sending 300, we've been bombing the hell out of them now for about 3 weeks. We're sending 300 more airplanes. We are calling up the reserves as of now, or announcing we're about to do it. We're talking about the various ground war strategies involving hundreds of thousands of troops. We've come a long way in 3 weeks, haven't we?
Yes, we have. It's hard to imagine that we are this close to a major conflict in Europe. This would not have been expected at the beginning of the year.
Oh, no. I should say not. In fact, a lot of people, I think, thought that we were going to bluster our way into getting Milosevic to agree to allow peacekeeping troops in there or something or another. Anyway, that didn't work.
Let me ask you a question, because you're a little bit older than me. Do you remember any time during your life that Russian leaders threatened global war over some incident?
Yes.
What would that be?
Well, I mean, it depends on how you look at it. Certainly, we've been to the brink with them. Mm-hmm. Cuba, the Bay of Pigs, of course. There were various communiques that went back and forth during the Vietnam War with regard to what Russia would do if we did the following. So, in a way, yes. I know what you are suggesting. I guess I do. That we are the ones who threaten it.
Well, what I'm saying is that every one of the leading Russian leaders has basically made the global war threat in the last 3 weeks.
Khrushchev pounded. I was old enough to remember Khrushchev pounding on the podium.
Right. Well, what's interesting is during the Cuban Missile Crisis, the Russians never threatened global war the way they have here. They didn't say, obviously it was known that if we fired on Russian ships it would be dangerous. But here you have a case where on Friday, Boris Yeltsin, president of the Russian Federation, said, quote, I told NATO, the Americans, the Germans, don't push us towards military action. Otherwise, there will be a European war for sure and possibly a world war. And as far as putting troops in there, here's what Yeltsin said about NATO putting troops. He said, quote, they want to bring in ground troops. They are preparing for that. They want simply to seize Yugoslavia to make it their protectorate. We cannot let that happen to Yugoslavia. I repeat again, Russia will not get involved if the Americans do not push us.
Well, is it your view, Jeffrey, that the break point for Russia is the entrance of ground troops? Is that the break point for Russia?
That's what the Russian leaders are saying. And my knowledge of the Cold War history is that the Russian leaders are not bluffers. When they say they're going to do something, they usually do it.
Yeah.
These are people who are very careful. You have, and it isn't just Yeltsin. It's very funny. Mr. Ivanov, the foreign minister of the Russian Federation, said when this began, he said that we are keeping extreme measures in reserve. And he has called this, he has basically called the American attacks genocide, kind of using our language on us. He has said this is very serious. And of course, Mr. Sergeyev, the defense minister, has also made serious threats. The Russians have mobilized naval units. They have called up 170,000 new recruits, a draft of 18 to 27-year-olds.
Since when?
That was a week ago Thursday.
A week ago Thursday.
They called up 170,000 new ones. They have, as of a week ago, they had 65,000 volunteers, Russians who have volunteered to go and fight NATO in Serbia.
Why has this not made the regular media outlets? I mean, 170,000 troops in Russia called up.
Yeah.
That should make the nightly news. Why has it done that?
You know, that's got me. These are in AP wires. Reuters and AP have been pretty good about covering it, but the major newspapers and television media just don't pick it up.
Why not?
Perhaps, you know, it's interesting. We don't take the Russians seriously. We think that because they need money, that they don't dare oppose us militarily. But last I checked, you can't kill someone with $1 billion. $1 billion.
Well, depending on how you use it. Now, we have so far devoted about $500 million to the bombing campaign in Yugoslavia, and we have killed rather successfully.
Well, you know what? It's interesting. We think in dollar terms, yeah, but to convert $1 billion into weaponry takes years. And what's interesting is the Russians have the weaponry already. They don't need the money. They've got tens of thousands of tanks sitting in their country. And as I pointed out before, this idea that Russia's not ready for war because they're on the edge of starvation is very dangerous. Because the Russian people are a proud people, and the assumption that the assumption that they will sell out their Serb brothers is an insult to them, and they feel that insult very strongly.
What are Russia's capabilities, Jeff? Let's talk hard. You know, you want to talk about two things, capabilities and then intentions.
Yes.
What are Russia's capabilities? Now, a lot of people are under the impression, Jeff, that Russia's military is decimated, morale is down, they haven't been paid, people are deserting, military hardware is rotting.
Sounds like our military.
Stay with me here, Jeff.
Yeah.
What is the actual status of the Russian military?
The Russian ground forces have been neglected in the last several years. Their Navy has been modernized. They've gone to fewer ships, but more modern, quieter submarines, more deadly. They have created a new generation of road mobile ICBMs. They deployed a regiment of them in December, the Topol M. It has a trans-Antarctic attack capability. That means it can, instead of attacking America over the North Pole, it can come under the South Pole and come up behind our radars.
It would come from the south.
Right, to get around our defenses. They have an extensive anti-ballistic missile system. I didn't know about this when I was on your show last July.
So in other words, let me get this straight. If we were attacked from the south, some DEA border guard would say, "Oh my God," and that would be as they were about 20 miles out.
Yeah, we have 3 radars, major defense radars, that are looking north. One in Greenland, one in Alaska, and one in the Dakotas.
Right.
And then we have special radars that watch the Pacific and Atlantic coasts for Russian submarine launch missiles.
Yes.
But we don't have any major system facing the South Pole.
Yeah, that's why I said some DEA guy looking for what might be a drug plane would go, "Oh my God, what's that?" And about 2 minutes later, he'd know.
Yeah, and what's disturbing about the Russian deployment of this weapon is that it's not a defensive weapon; it's a first strike weapon.
All right. Conventional theory, Jeffrey, is that first strike. What difference would it make? In other words, they would hit us. We would launch on warning. We would certainly launch once we were aware there was a major launch that had been made from Russia. And there would be a full exchange. How do you read that differently?
Well, the first thing you do when you're going to attack a country with nuclear weapons is you blind its sensors.
Right.
You use particle beam weapons or lasers to blind the DSP satellites that watch for launches. We have 3 of those.
Right.
Or you can attack the ground relay stations that carry the signals from the satellites. And you can also use Spetsnaz commandos, which is standard Russian procedure. You've talked to Colonel Stanislav Lunev.
I have, indeed.
He has stuff in that in his book, and I've talked to him about this, too. They would put 7,000 Spetsnaz commandos in this country before they would attack, and their prime targets would be to blind our radars. So that all we would know is that our radars weren't working and that there was some kind of terrorism in the United States. And we would not, they would not launch so we would see it. They would be sure to make sure we couldn't see it. And all you have to do is create 30 minutes of confusion, and you can get the attack in. Now, as far as us firing back at them, Russia has extensive underground shelters for their people.
So I have heard. Hold on, right where you are, Jeffrey. It's going to be a long night with lots to say. I'm Art Bell. This
for 40 plus.
Back to Jeffrey Nyquist. Jeffrey, you said 30 minutes. 30 minutes of confusion and radar confusion. And that's all they'd need. The mushroom clouds would be rising in 30 minutes because that is the rough travel time from there to here, right?
Right. And, of course, William Lee, a former official with the Defense Intelligence Agency, wrote a book that came out last summer called The ABM Charade. And in that book, he documents that Russia has 10 to 12,000 ABMs ringing the country with 18 battle management radars.
I'm curious, what do we know about the probable effectiveness of their ABMs?
That's good. I got to meet Lee in February in Washington. I got a chance to talk to him about that.
Yes.
And the Russian interceptor missiles are not point-to-point, like our Star Wars concept, like the Patriots.
Yes.
What they have is they have 2 different kinds of warheads. Actually, these interceptors can carry up to 1 megaton warheads. And they have a kind of bomb that puts out X-ray radiation.
So, in other words, in this case, what you're saying is close counts.
Yeah, they don't have to get that close. In fact, what Lee told me was in exo-atmospheric detonation,
I'll be damned.
these X-ray producing bombs have a very wide kill radius against incoming American warheads.
Even presumably hardened against some sort of EMP pulse. I would imagine our warheads would be, to some degree, hardened, wouldn't they?
Yeah, they would, but this is different than EMP. This is X-ray radiation.
Okay.
And then once he explained to me that once the warhead enters the atmosphere, you have to use a neutron warhead, which of course has to get considerably closer than the X-ray warhead would have to outside the atmosphere. And they have both kinds of warheads apparently in their interceptors.
Great. And they have how many of these ABMs ringing cities like Moscow?
Actually ringing their country, they've got 10 to 12,000.
Holy smokes.
Yeah, and you know how they got away with it? This is the fascinating part. They built these things and pawned them off as surface-to-air missiles.
Oh, well, they are that.
Yeah, they are that. And of course, there was actually a debate within the CIA as to whether these were ABMs or really SAMs. And of course, being wishful thinkers, the party of the wishful thinkers won because the powers that be in the White House did not want a big flap over ABM.
I hear you. So in other words, you're telling me they have a full anti-ballistic missile system
yes, they have a
in
Star
place
Wars.
around their whole countries, essentially Star Wars.
Yeah, they do.
What would be the implications for them if they had to use these weapons? Would there be implications? In other words, would they be poisoning themselves?
No. The bombs today are very clean burning. They are not the dirty bombs that we had before. Remember, fission bombs and fusion bombs are different.
Yes.
In a fusion bomb, most of the fuel is consumed. There's not as many isotopes created. If you airburst them, you don't even create a long-term fallout. And, you know, the Australian government did a study on the effects of this long-term radiation and the hazard. And they determined that in Australia, the long-term fallout problem yes, there would be some increase of cancers, but overall, cancer would go down in Australia because the import of tobacco from the United States would be cut off by the war. Yeah.
Oh, God.
I know.
Well, do you remember On the Beach?
Yes.
I just reread, it's funny you should mention, I just reread On the Beach. And, of course, the contention was if there was a full nuclear exchange between North America and the Soviet Union, that Australia would, for at least some period of time, continue to exist. But slowly, the massive amount of radiation would be exchanged in the normal wind exchange between the northern and southern hemispheres, and eventually they would be poisoned and die too.
Yeah, well, thank goodness that's completely fiction. There is no scientific evidence for it. All the studies show that is untrue. You know, it's funny. One of the studies that I read about this, it said that the amount of radioactive particles put out by a full-blown hydrogen bomb war in the northern hemisphere would be less than from the above-ground fission bomb tests in the 40s, 50s, and early 60s.
How could that be?
Because these bombs are just much cleaner burning.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, they just don't. And of course, you know, the cancer rate did go up in the 50s and the 60s.
Well, don't they have though in their arsenal some very big, very dirty bombs, intentionally dirty?
I don't know. You know, nobody knows for sure, but there'd be no reason for it. You see, the purpose of war is to win, not to contaminate the environment.
Right. I agree with you. If war is possible, if MAD is no longer true, mutual assured destruction, then you would, of course, be correct. The only motivation for going to war of that sort would be to win and to have something left to eventually occupy and dominate.
Yeah.
Right?
Right. Russian military theory is very clear on this. Nuclear war is possible. It is winnable. It is not the end of the world. And, of course, they are scientifically correct. There is no nuclear winter. That theory has been done away with for more than a decade now, if you keep up with the literature. no serious scientist in that area would maintain it.
All right, then let's talk about actually worst case scenario. Let's say that you were right. Russia confused our radars. Russia came from the south. Russia came from submarines offshore and attacked us. They would attempt to cut our head off, to kill as many missiles in the ground as they could, to take out our political leadership, to take out as much infrastructure as they had to. They would no doubt target some cities, and then they would have to face, at the very least, the possibility of our submarines doing a full launch against them, and whatever we could get out of the ground would go toward them. So what would we be left with at the end of the day over there and over here?
Well, there's no doubt that the Russian Federation would suffer serious damage. But if you look at their economy now, it's seriously damaged already.
Oh, yes.
And the Russian planners, it seems, from looking at the literature, would move the Russian population into Western Europe, and other places in Europe would resettle their population.
What would you expect? And I know you've thought about this kind of thing. In the kind of exchange we just talked about, where no doubt they'd get a lot of our missiles in the ground in surprise, but we've still got part of the triad that would work. Mm-hmm. How many people would die here? How many people might die there? What's likely?
Well, Edward Ludwig wrote about this in the late 70s and early 80s, and he said that at most we would kill 11% of the Soviet population then. I have seen figures as low as 5 to 8% of their population would be killed. That is if our missiles got through, if there was no interception of the missiles. Mm-hmm. Figures run from that to killing a third of their population, but you got to remember their underground shelter system. A lot of these underground bunkers and nuclear-proof cities and towns are more than 1,000 feet under the ground. Not even the tunneling missiles that we have can reach them. Mm-hmm. This kind of extensive preparation, which they've spent billions and billions on, really does give good protection to their people. On our side, if they wanted to, they could kill 80 to 90% of our population if they went for the cities.
Would they?
Russian military doctrine does not seem to favor mass extermination of the cities. However, they have a concept in their military doctrine called unsalvageable populations. That's the term they use. It means that populations that are irredeemably bourgeois, that cannot be re-educated or reoriented to a socialist way of life. And this is, of course, under the old Soviet period. And, of course, if they determined that the population was unmanageable, that they couldn't occupy it or change its form of government, they would then go to exterminate.
Well, I can tell you here in Nevada, we'd be the first to go. I mean, we'd be right at the top of the list, I'm sure. So that's what could happen.
That's what easily could happen, and like I've been following this for many years, and they are preparing for this. It is not... in fact, J. Michael Waller, writing in the Washington Times on the 15th of December... If you go back and look, the first paragraph of his article says the most striking thing. He says, Prime Minister Primakov of Russia and the other Russian leaders have been spending much of their time and energy getting Russia ready for, of all things, global nuclear war. And it's astonishing.
So this then represents their capability, what they are capable of doing and preparing to do, in fact.
Yeah, when I talked to Colonel Stanislav Lunev, I spoke together with him in February in Washington, and he made a very striking statement. He said that in his 30-year career in the Soviet and Russian military, they were preparing the whole time for a future war against America. Not a future war against China, not a future war against Western Europe, but a future war against America. And he said when the Soviet Union collapsed and it became the Russian Federation, that did not change.
Now, there are those who would say Lunoff and others like him are tools of the old guard right wing in America, trying to scare the hell out of people, and that this stuff is just being said so that we buy more weapons, bolster our military, feed the industrial complex that gets so happy when we start dropping bombs, because then you got to have new bombs and all the rest of it. That's the accusation they would make, that it's propaganda.
I hope they're right. I don't want to be right about this. And of course, we all make mistakes, and I can get certain facts wrong, or I can, and I'm glad when people correct me. But there is so much here and I don't have an agenda. I don't work for the Pentagon or a big defense contractor. I'm just a guy who's done all this research and follows it. And I would suggest your listeners, if they want to read the most recent stuff I've written, to go to newsmax.com on the internet and look at my articles. There's about 8 of them there. I've been writing intensively about this since January and February, and look at those and see that I have developed this pattern. These are things that are happening, that have happened in the last several months, especially in the last 4 months. Russia and China have allied themselves. They are sharing all intelligence with each other. They demilitarized their border last year. Russia pulled 300 combat units off the Chinese border.
I am aware of that.
The Chinese pulled a similar number off of the Russian border. This is the biggest shift in the global balance of power since World War II. When Kissinger went to China, China wasn't really a world power in 1971. China is a world power now.
Right.
And so these are very significant. And, for those who can't get on the Internet, they can dial 1-800-NEWSMAX, and they can get the Chris Ruddy's news magazine, Vortex, and read the articles in there, especially the ones that Chris and I have done on this, that we did starting back in January. And they can see how these events add up. And also, at that number, 1-800-NEWSMAX, we have a video, one with Chris interviewing Colonel Lunev, and one with him interviewing me. And they can ask for the Russia Y2K package, and they can get updated on all this.
All right. For quite a while, we were blustering. Clinton, NATO, blustered with Milosevic, threatening threatening airstrikes. Didn't work. The peacekeepers were not allowed in. The airstrikes began, 3 weeks ago now. And were you surprised when they actually began the airstrikes?
Well, no, because there was talk of this last fall, and there was talk of this in the middle of February. So it was something that was always threatening to happen. What surprised me, though, was that the Russian defense minister, when the bombing started, he came forward and he said, "We have intelligence that NATO and the Americans are planning to send ground troops after these airstrikes." And, the Russian intelligence, I think, is the best in the world. And it's very interesting now that we're starting to hear about the insertion of ground troops.
Interesting, yes.
Yeah, it is like the Russians knew it all along.
Well, I think I knew it all along, too. And I think anybody familiar with how you win a war, and, they're calling this strike on Kosovo, crisis in Kosovo, they're full of you-know-what. It's a war in Yugoslavia. We're at war, and we're about to back that up with ground troops. Now, of course, that's what they're talking about now. How many ground troops are we going to have to put in to win the war?
Well, the word is that it's 200,000 is the number that's being...
bandied about?
Yeah, bandied about. 200,000, that's about 18 divisions. The United States Army currently has 10 divisions. We have a division...
Wait a minute, back up.
Yeah.
You said 200,000 is how many divisions?
It's about 18 divisions.
And the U.S. Army has how many?
10 divisions.
10.
Yeah. Now, the Marine Corps has a division and a half.
All right.
And, of course, they would have to call up reserves if they were going to send more.
Well, they are tonight talking about reserves.
And, of course, this is a considerable call-up. This would be a very significant one. Now, the Russians have already had their call-up. The Russians also, although I haven't read it in the press, if you follow the stories about the Russian naval maneuvers,
yes,
the Marine divisions that they're doing the amphibious maneuvers with are reserve Marine divisions.
Well, I heard that the Russians were, first I heard they were sending as many as 7 ships.
Mm-hmm.
Then I think I heard a Russian official say, no, just 1 to observe.
Yeah.
And I'm not exactly clear on what they're actually sending, are you?
No, and the Russians like to keep it that way. They're going to probably send about 14 to 20 ships.
14 to 20.
Yeah, that's probably what they'll end up sending. By the way they're talking, and by the way they're preparing their Black Sea forces.
Their Black Sea forces.
Yeah, that's where these ships are coming from.
Jeffrey, hold on. We're at the top of the hour. Give you a little perspective. Electronic Telegraph, Dateline, Saturday, June 20th, 1998. In other words, almost a year ago. Alan Phillips filed the following from Moscow. The Russian military issued a warning yesterday that NATO would provoke a new Cold War if it intervened in the Yugoslav province of Kosovo in the face of opposition from the Kremlin. A senior general responsible for cooperation with the Western Alliance, Leonid Ivashov, said, quote, Europe does not want to go back to where we were a few years ago, but someone is trying to push it there, and it is not Russia, end quote. That was their attitude about a year ago, Jeffrey.
Yeah, you know what's interesting is as a matter of good strategy, you don't want to strengthen your opposition. And the communists in the Duma have been incredibly strengthened by the bombing in Serbia. They did a poll last week in Russia, and this was in the Dow Jones Newswire, April 8th, and it said that the Russian communists would sweep aside all opponents in both parliamentary and presidential elections now since the bombing in Serbia.
Well, I know that certainly they're lining up now behind President Milosevic. Even his potential opposition factions have been forced to get behind him in a wave of nationalism as the bombs have been raining down.
Yes, and in Russia, too, even those liberals in Russia who are critics of Milosevic, they are lining up as well behind the bandwagon.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
In fact, a poll was done that determined two-thirds of the Russian people believe that Russia will be attacked by NATO next.
Oh, my God.
Yeah. And in fact, a week ago Thursday, there was a big march in Russia, and in Moscow, and the banners that were being carried called for all-out war on NATO, and the scariest banner that was carried by the marchers said, it's time to start bombing the military bases in the United States.
I think the last time you were on this program, you said something that shocked a lot of people. You said, again, let's go over it. Launch on warning means if our Northern Defense Network of radar were to detect a massive launch coming from Russia, it would, on warning, turn the keys and we would launch our missiles, causing a full exchange. And I've got a little fax here reminding me, David, in Salinas, California, that our president apparently has done away with launch on warning. In other words, and what that means is that before we would launch anything, a nuclear detonation would have to occur on the U.S. mainland. Yes?
Yes, that's right. We have ground sensors to detect the nuclear hits on our territory, and the rule now is, from a presidential directive decision, that we will not launch our rockets until our ground sensors have detected this. Now, to be fair to the president, I think that this was anticipating the Y2K problem. Because of the possible failure of early warning systems this year, we don't want to trigger an accidental nuclear war.
Oh, we don't.
And the only surefire way of knowing for sure you've been hit is to register with those ground sensors. The thing that is most disturbing, though, is the permissive action links on the submarines. And I haven't been able to confirm this, but I've been told by various sources that Clinton has taken the capability of independently launching the missiles from the submarines.
I'm well aware of that. Yes.
Yeah, and they're called PALs, or permissive action links, so that the president has to send the code to the submarine commander. And, of course, if you enter the wrong code in to arm the missile, it will dump the warhead. So you have to have the right code in order to launch.
All right, I'm going to read you a critical facts. Most I'm getting are supportive of you, but in order to elicit a response, I'm going to read you a very critical one, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Your guest, Art, should change his medication. I have yet to hear one good reason why Russia would start a nuclear war or attack the U.S. in any way. Russia exists only because of aid, particularly food, from the U.S. The U.S. economy drives much of the world's economy. Our purchases of oil and other products support the Persian Gulf, South America, Asia. Our food is sent to Asia, Europe, and Africa. Can a nuclear war happen? Sure. Will it happen? Maybe. Will it be because Russia attacks the U.S.? Not freaking likely. That's Bud in San Diego.
You know, with all due respect to Bud, I'm afraid that the Russian leaders talk of war and our leaders talk of money. His attitude is the same arrogance that we see in Clinton, that because Russia has no money, that we can insult them, we can attack their ally, we can call their diplomacy into question, we can make their leaders look totally ineffectual to the world.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, Russia defeated Hitler while they were starving. They have won a number of wars while they were very poor and starving, and they can fight World War III the same way.
Let's, for a second, even though I don't believe that you can separate Russian involvement with what apparently lies ahead, let's just say we send 200,000 troops into Yugoslavia, and we intensify the bombing campaign, double it, triple it, quadruple it, whatever we're going to do. What do we face when our troops hit the ground in Yugoslavia? What do we face even if we don't face something from Russia? What kind of war is going to be occurring?
Well, let's look at history. The World War I was started when the Austro-Hungarian Empire attacked Serbia. Russia mobilized, and the end result was the Austro-Hungarian Empire ceased to exist after the end of that war.
Mm-hmm.
That was the primary country that attacked Serbia. Now, in World War II, Nazi Germany attacked Yugoslavia, Serbia, and at the end of that war, not only did the Serbs, without the help of any Allied forces, liberate their country themselves and kill some huge number of Germans. I forget whether it's 500,000 or 1 million Germans or Axis troops. But Germany itself was totally leveled. I mean, Serbia has been on the winning side in most of the wars in this century, in all the wars in this century.
They're tough fighters.
They're very tough fighters. The terrain is very difficult. They are famous fighters, in fact, and they are seasoned fighters because there has been civil war in that country for the last several years.
Sure. We have been bombing the hell out of them. It is our position. I saw President Clinton earlier today saying we are now beginning to dilapidate their air defenses, their ability to wage war, and so forth and so on. I see other newspaper articles that say the anti-aircraft capability of the Serbs is largely, almost completely intact. Yes? No?
Well, that's hard to determine. The Russians undoubtedly will be sending them new anti-aircraft missiles and equipment.
Yes. By the way, I'm hearing rumors of Russia and Yugoslavia.
Yes.
What can you tell me? Are you hearing that?
Yes. Well, in fact, there have been a number of AP stories about it. What it's about is that Alexander Lukashenko, the president of Belarus, has suggested this, and there's been talk about it in Russia. In fact, on Friday, Mr. Seleznyov, the Speaker of the Russian Duma, actually said it was going to happen, although Boris Yeltsin came back and said it wasn't. It was just being talked about. This idea of a union, of a new giant country being formed that consists of the Russian Federation, Belarus, and Yugoslavia. In fact, just the other day, the Yugoslav parliament, both houses, drafted an application to join the Russian Federation, this new union with Belarus.
Now, we've got Yeltsin, who probably does oppose this, but I think the valid question then is, A, how long Yeltsin is going to be there, B, as we escalate what we're doing in Yugoslavia, how much opposition to Yeltsin is going to build, and how much that will shorten his life, political or real.
Well, there's this impeachment, which is of Yeltsin, which was coming up on April 15th.
Yes, bad timing for NATO to be hitting Yugoslavia.
Right. When Yeltsin made a speech earlier last week, saying that the Russians ought to cool it on their anti-Americanism and their war hysteria, Mr. Zyuganov, the head of the Communist Party in Russia, said, "Hey, Boris, you don't get it. If you talk like this, we're just going to get rid of you on April 15th." And I'm not sure what the process is. It's not clear to me. But since Yeltsin made a very tough speech on Friday, they're starting to say, okay, well, maybe we'll let Yeltsin stay. And we won't go after him on the 15th after all. So you see the kind of politics that's being played within Russia.
What do you think really is happening? In other words, you could conclude that, yes, Yeltsin has warded this off successfully, or that you could also conclude, with the talk now of ground troops going into Yugoslavia, that the communists are going to harden their position and maybe even try something drastic.
Well, right now the communists would sweep in a presidential election. This was what the Dow Jones Newswire April 8th story showed with the big poll that was conducted in Russia last week. And they would sweep the parliamentary elections. I mean, in December, the Duma is going to come up for an election. And, of course, if Yeltsin is removed by impeachment this month or next month, and they have presidential elections, you know you're going to get a hardliner in there.
You bet. Another subject, I'm jumping all around, but I have so many questions. At the beginning of the war with Yugoslavia, and I do call it a war, there were reports that we used some kind of EMP non-nuclear weapon. What do you know, if anything?
Well, it's the hottest area of weapon development. I think I touched on it when I was on your show in July. There is a new kind of weapon, new kinds of bombs that basically, when they go off, they fry all the electronics within a certain radius.
Right.
And we all know about the large bombs, the big nuclear ones that are blown up in the atmosphere that can fry the electronics in a whole continent.
You bet.
But these are more localized. These are smaller, they're conventional, they do put out radiation. And that's how the Russians have detected it. The Russian...
I was sitting here trying to figure out how that could have been done without the detection of radiation, and the answer is it couldn't, right?
Right. The Russian Defense Ministry says they found radiation, and that it is a kind of radiation that would be created by these kind of bombs, that there have been certain electronic infrastructures fried in Yugoslavia.
Correct.
And therefore they have deduced and are claiming, in fact, that we have used this new unconventional weapon against the Serbs. And, this is really more bad strategy, okay? Not only is the president empowering the communists, who we do not want to empower over there by this bombing. But he is also, by using a weapon like this, opening ourselves up to this same thing in return.
Non-conventional use.
Which society here is more vulnerable to electromagnetic attack, theirs or ours? Who is more computer dependent? Who is more electronic? Who would be hurt more by this, us or them?
Mm-hmm.
This is bad strategy. You do not want to start this game.
Yeah, I don't even want to dignify that one with an answer. It's obvious.
Yeah.
It's obvious. We are so dependent. We could be hurt so badly. And as you pointed out, even if you move one step more into a high-altitude detonation of a nuclear weapon, you could wipe out an entire continent worth of electronics, computers.
Yeah.
And that, even if Y2K doesn't do it, that certainly would. All right, we will get to the phones shortly. Hold on, Jeff. Jeffrey Nyquist is my guest. And in a moment, when we come back, I'm going to ask Jeff about what the president thought he was doing when he began all of this. Because you will recall, he said, we will do this from the air. We will not introduce ground troops. Morning, I'm Art Bell. Jeffrey Nyquist is here. Jeffrey, a couple of quick ones. One, there are a multitude of reports that our president was advised heavily by those who advise presidents, national security advisors and military people, generals and so forth, that an air war campaign in Yugoslavia would not do the job, and that he went ahead with this strategy anyway. Any input on that?
Yeah, that's true. The stories have been out that first the CIA warned the president that this was a no-win kind of situation.
Mm-hmm.
Then the military itself told him that they really didn't want to do this. They didn't think it would be successful.
Mm-hmm.
But the Secretary of State thought it would. And, of course, she sports herself as an expert in this part of the world. And the Russians were about to ask for this large sum of money to be released that the IMF had promised them last summer.
Oh, yes, I recall.
Which was, I think it was around $17 billion, which is quite a sum.
Oh, yeah.
And Primakov was, in fact, on his way to the United States in a plane before the bombing started to request this money. And he had to turn the plane around and go back to Russia empty-handed. And, of course, I think the calculation was, and it's been speculated, that the president thought that the Russians didn't dare say anything about this if they wanted the $17 billion. But the reaction was not what Clinton had expected, because Russians are not Americans. When Primakov came back empty-handed, one of the leading Russian dailies said, Mr. Primakov is coming back without the money, but with authority. And it was very popular in Russia what he did.
Mm-hmm. All right, from Joe in Philadelphia, a couple of questions that I agree with. One, Joe says, I believe that our country's push-button mentality has reduced a lot of the population to that of armchair warriors, similar to those beer-drinking kick-butt bullies who are not interested so much in justice, but rather blood. I think that if our mainland were ever to get a taste of what there's being, we are in fact dishing out now in Kosovo, we'd realize the reality of war and regret what we're doing. To date, most Americans' experience with war is limited to TV images on CNN. You agree with that?
Yes, I do. I am about the most anti-war person you could talk to because I've studied it, and it's very ugly. There's nothing positive in war.
No.
It is a tragedy. We have to fight wars to defend ourselves. But
that brings me to my second question. I was always under the impression that NATO was an alliance which was organized for the purpose of coordinating a multinational defense to protect against attack against any one of the member nations. In view of that fact, what, in fact, is the authority under which NATO now switches its charter to defend, to offensively invade a sovereign nation? It is ironic that NATO is taking the very type of offensive action which it is by its own charter designed to protect against. It is also ironic that we are supposedly taking this action to ensure European stability. However, it appears our actions are having the opposite effect. Therefore, on this basis alone, should we not stop now rather than risk a world war?
Yes, well, if 200 million people die in a nuclear exchange because this thing gets out of hand,
yes,
the whole idea of preventing a humanitarian catastrophe will have been lost in the shuffle.
Talk to me a little bit about propaganda. I've been trying to talk to my audience about this the last few days now. The Serbs are sure as hell no angels, Milosevic no angel. I imagine there are probably some mass graves. There has been some genocide that has gone on. It's a civil war going on there, virtually a civil war, and there's a lot of killing going on. I'm sure all of that is true. But do you think, Jeffrey, that all of the stories we're hearing now about the mass genocide is accurate? I noted that the stream of refugees, the hundreds of thousands of refugees, did not really begin until after our bombing.
Yeah, you know what, a good sign that you're hearing propaganda is when certain words are being misused. And the word genocide is being cheapened in a most dishonest way. Genocide means an attempt to exterminate a whole people. You know, you could apply that to the 2 million who died in Cambodia by the hands of the Khmer Rouge. You can talk about Hitler's persecution of the Jews as genocide. You can talk about what the United States cavalry did to the Indians as genocide. But you cannot say that when 2,000 people die over the course of a year, that it's genocide. And that is what the figure is for this area of the world over the last year.
Mm-hmm.
In that case, I want to know when we're going to start bombing China for Tiananmen Square, because more than 2,000 people there died in one day.
It's a very good point, a very good point. And all I've heard them talk about so far was possibly hundreds of people in mass graves. And, of course, that is horrible. But as you point out, a couple of thousand died in Tiananmen Square. God knows how many died in Cambodia, Africa, 500,000 macheted to death, and so forth and so on. All right, Jeffrey, I would like to open the lines and let the people ask you some questions or give you some comments and let you respond. How about that?
Sounds great.
Here it comes. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist.
Hi, Joan in Menlo Park. Yes, several months ago, Art had a guest, Joel Skousen, who spoke about a plan which he had heard about, was associated with the FBI, for a long-standing plan for an alliance between the Muslim world, the Chinese, and the several financial or economic powers in socialist powers in Europe. And the plan was also involved people high up in the United States, including perhaps Clinton, and several other people, perhaps in the DIA or NSA or FBI, but carefully placed. This plan involved provoking a war with Russia so that the United States military would try to destroy the Russian militarily, and then the Russians would try and destroy us, and we would wipe each other out essentially and allow a complete change in the balance of power. And it looks to me that this is exactly what he was predicting. This was not started by Russia. This was not, we're not reacting to Russia. This was started by NATO and the United States, and it looks like the aim of this war is not liberating Kosovo. It is not to attack Serbia. It is not to save any European powers that are members of NATO. It is simply to provoke Russia into a war. The United States and NATO, the socialist leaders of NATO, are trying to provoke Russia into a war with the United States. And not only will we be wiped out militarily, and so will they probably, but our civilian populations will suffer millions and millions of casualties. And I think people think that this is maybe we're bungling our way into this war, or that Clinton isn't very smart, But this was planned. Clinton knows what he's doing. This is not a mistake. It's not bungling on the part of NATO leaders.
All right, Jeffrey, what are our objectives with this? Well, that's something I'm not clear about what our entrance strategy was. I'm not clear about what our goals are, and I'm sure as hell not clear about what our exit strategy is going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know about any of that stuff. Do you?
Yeah, I do. It's been pretty clearly stated. You quoted H.L. Mencken earlier.
I did.
And he's one of my favorite writers. My favorite quote from H.L. Mencken is, "No good deed goes unpunished."
That's right.
And I think that there are two things we're doing here. First, we're trying to prevent a humanitarian catastrophe. This has been stated in all the capitals in Western Europe. And two, we are attempting to find something for NATO to do since the Soviet Union has collapsed. Okay, those are the two things at work here. Unfortunately, my personal belief, of course, is that the Soviet collapse is deceptive and is not what it appears to be. Mm-hmm. That the old oligarchy is still in place, they are still preparing for war, and they have merely reorganized their war machine. And right now, this crisis is serving to mobilize the Russian army for them to rebuild that part of their military that has gone sour.
Well, I can guarantee you this. I was there, and I know for a fact the old Russia is absolutely still there. The old Soviet Union mentality among the Russian civil servants, government workers, everybody down below Yeltsin that I can think of, it's all still there. I saw it. I heard it. It's the truth.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what Colonel Lunev says, too. And see, the thing that's dangerous about this is that the great advantage we had during the Cold War is the Russian people did not believe their leaders in Moscow. They were skeptical of the anti-American propaganda. They wanted blue jeans. They wanted Coke. They wanted to live like Americans. Mm-hmm. And this really was made it impossible for the Soviet Union to proceed with any kind of aggression. We are demonstrating the aggressiveness of the NATO alliance by attacking an ally of Russia. And in fact, Izvestia has said, the now liberal newspaper in Russia, Izvestia, has said that this attack is a golden gift to the communists in Russia, in the Duma.
Shouldn't we change the acronym for NATO to North American Tactical Organization, or I don't know, something other than what it is? Because obviously it is now, as this Faxer pointed out, it's certainly not within the charter of NATO to be doing what they're doing right now. Not even close.
It's against the NATO charter, and this is my one prediction: is that what will come of this crisis, I believe, is the disintegration of NATO. If we put ground troops in there, the result will be that NATO will break apart and America will be asked first by the Germans, then by the Italians and the others to pack our bags and leave Europe. Mm. And the European Union will take over the security arrangements for Europe, and Europe will become neutral vis-a-vis Russia and America.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Hi.
Good morning, Art. I was going to ask your guest...
Okay, speak up good and loud, please.
Is this better?
That's better. Right into the phone and project.
All right.
That's the way.
I was just wondering, in the event that NATO were to send in ground troops, and say a Russian-Chinese consortium were to start moving, do you have any general idea of where they would branch out towards first?
Where who would branch out?
Well, he's saying if some sort of Russian-Chinese alliance would begin to move,
yes,
where they would begin to move and how they would move.
Yes, the Far East. It's interesting. The bombing began on the 24th of March. Mm-hmm. On the 23rd of March, a mysterious naval incident occurred off of Japan. And I know Art read the story, and he probably didn't believe that Japan was the one involved, but this came from the Sankei newspaper in Japan, that this mystery ship incident involving Korean ships entering Japanese waters was a diversion.
Oh, yes.
And that diversion was so that on the Pacific side of Japan, the North Koreans could land dozens of their Spetsnaz commandos who are trained in sabotage of trains, telephone exchanges, and military facilities into Japan, and that they had dispersed throughout Japan. This was a story that Sankai put out, and there's been some confirmation since that happened, because some of the news is that some of these have been arrested, that they've caught some of these North Korean commandos. Now, when a country as rabid as North Korea starts deploying large numbers of commandos into countries like Japan, and when the North Korean military is already mobilized and North Korea has been saying war is imminent.
Oh, I know.
In fact, earlier this year, the North Koreans said that this year the United States will be turned to ash, and the American people will be wiped from the face of this planet for good. And they told their people in their New Year's message this year to study the arts of war, to love rifles, and make North Korea into an impregnable fortress.
Jeffrey, just a logistical question. If we were to send, let's say we sent 200,000 American troops to Yugoslavia. Now, suppose that hostilities broke out in, let's say, Korea. Let's say the Koreans came south. What would we be capable logistically of doing to prevent that?
We would be very hard to put. You got to remember that we're pinned down in the Middle East because in January Saddam Hussein mobilized.
Right.
Okay, put the pressure on Kuwait. North Korea mobilized its military in December. That's putting the pressure on there. China has been mobilizing opposite Taiwan and has invaded the Spratly Islands and has been building bases there.
Correct.
And has built 100 to 150 new missiles opposite Taiwan to bombard it in the event of war. And so you have this huge circle. And not only that, but the Russian-backed general in Afghanistan is advancing on Kabul now. And you've got Russia and China have now brought India into their alliance, have brought Iran into their alliance, and of course Syria and Iraq are there already. So you have this massive frontal block of countries ready to move, and right now we're down from 37 Air Force wings to 13. Our Navy has gone from 541 ships down to 339. We're down to 10 divisions in our Army, and unless we have a major mobilization in the next weeks, we would be absolutely flat-footed. We could not prevail on all those fronts. We would have to lose on, I would say, 2 out of 3 of them, but that may be debatable.
I've heard that even now our military services have dropped, for the first time in recent memory, the requirement that you have a high school education to get into the military. In other words, they cannot get enough people to volunteer. So the standards have been dropped.
Yes.
Can you confirm that?
Yes, there are shortages of pilots coming up. The ships are going to sea with not quite as many crew members as they ought to have. The infantry formations are not completely filled up in our Army.
Then is it not possible that if we were faced with 2 or 3 theaters of operation, or more bluntly put, war, we would have to go back to the draft, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would have to call up people with a draft. That's true, if we wanted to have the manpower that we needed. Because, unlike the Russians, who are volunteering to fight in Yugoslavia by the tens of thousands, no Americans are rushing to volunteer to fight this war.
West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Hi.
Good evening, gentlemen. You are putting on one of the best shows I've ever heard. And this is Marion from KBC in Pasadena.
Yes, sir.
One of the other callers had asked you about, or spoken something about Joel Skousen, and it would be excellent if you could have him back on. But I would just like to pose a question to you both. Doesn't it seem like, I believe that everything that you're saying is true. I've been following it myself. I've been reading. Doesn't it seem like we are witnessing the death of a nation?
You mean ours?
Oh, yes.
Jeffrey?
The death of a nation. Well, I don't think we're dead yet. We're in a serious crisis of leadership. we've got a president who does not understand foreign policy. I mean, let me quote Eugene McCarthy, my favorite liberal. He said that these people don't know anything about other countries, and they never learn. And he said, this administration is born yesterday every day of the week. and you know what? I love Eugene McCarthy. He's a very smart guy.
Yes. Born yesterday every day of the week. Yes. What do you believe that our president will do faced with the realization that the air war is not working? Do you think it inevitable he will go along with and prove ground troops?
Well, if Russia steps to be, yes.
Well, even Russian intelligence aside, our president's past record of saying one thing and then later doing another, that alone doesn't require KGB credentials to discern. All right, Jeffrey, hold on. We are at the top of the hour, and we will continue with Jeffrey Nyquist. If you want to understand, discard what you refuse to believe. We will nevertheless present it, because this is Coast to Coast AM. As I said in my statement April 1st, the world is not a nice place. It is not a safe place, and our bombs will not make it so. From the very beginning, in fact, the genesis of this whole thing, I have been doggedly opposed to it, rabidly opposed to it, and you can expect me to remain so for as long as they let me do it. Once again, Jeffrey Nyquist. Jeffrey, are you there?
Yes, I'm right here.
Okay. Lots and lots of people would like to talk to you, so let us continue in that vein and kind of get an idea of generally what's out there. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist and Art Bell. Hi. Hello? Hello?
Yes, sir. Hi, Art. My name is Dale, and I'm listening to you on KFYI in Phoenix.
In Phoenix. Hi, Dale.
How are you doing?
All right.
My question is for Jeffrey. I was wondering, sir, have you heard of the Air Expeditionary Force?
The Air Expeditionary Force?
Yes, sir.
Which one is that?
Well, it's going to be kind of hard to explain. After Desert Storm, the Air Force decided to quickly mobilize its troops and equipment, that it didn't need to send people and equipment from different bases all across the United States.
Well, let me fill in. I know, for example, that we store equipment close, tanks and other heavy armor now close, so that we can simply mobilize troops and their armor awaits them, so we can attack Iraq if we have to. Is that what you were talking about?
No, sir. This is completely different. Obviously, we have stuff stored over in the Middle East.
Then what are you referring to?
Mountain Home Air Force Base in Idaho was the first Air Expeditionary Force.
Which did what? What is its mission?
It's a combination of fighters, bombers, and tankers. So if they have to go somewhere real quick, they can call up that base and send everything they need just from that base.
I see.
What I'm getting at is that's the main reason why the Air Force has dropped from roughly 35 wings to 13 wings.
Do you think 13 wings is a safe level in view of what we are endeavoring to do and what may be on the horizon?
Oh, yes, sir, I do believe that. If you can bear with me for a moment, I can give you a little bit of background on myself.
That's not necessary. I don't need to know about you.
Oh, well, I've been a bomb loader in the Air Force for 14 years.
I understand. But you're saying 13 is sufficient.
Oh, yes, sir.
Jeffrey, do you take umbrage with that?
Yes, I do. What he's saying is correct. If we are massing our forces against one point that is threatened, but if we are pressed on multiple points and we do not have the reserves, it doesn't matter how quick we are. What are we going to do? Move suddenly from our bases in Italy over to South Korea and then back to the Middle East and then back to Italy? Is this force that super that it can fight 3 wars simultaneously because it's so fast? I don't think so.
I don't think so either, and I think the testimony in Congress recently suggested that was in fact the case. Caller?
Well, from my personal experience, I believe that we can handle at least 3 conflicts at one time.
Our own military certainly doesn't think so, and they testified to that effect. Yeah.
That's right.
I'm just talking from the Air Force. You know, I can't comment on the other services because I have no common frame of reference for those services.
All right, well,
talking on an Air Force example.
I see. I appreciate the call, but the wars, if they should erupt, as you can now see in Yugoslavia, the air campaign is not doing the trick. And they are preparing to have ground forces go in. That would mean armor. That would mean grunts with guns. That would mean all kinds of things. That's what you really have to have. You have to have all kinds of forces that complement each other, ground, air, and in some cases, of course, naval as well. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Hi.
Hi, good morning. Jeffrey, if President Clinton went against the CIA's advice and his military advisors' advice and then turned NATO from a defensive force into an attacking force, then it's obviously Mr. Clinton calling the shots. And when you look at the characters who are behind this whole situation, you get Schroeder from Germany, a little bit to the left, I'd say. You get Blair way to the left, and Clinton himself. And these people have embraced the ideology of a thing called the Third Way, which is, to me, nothing more than a socialist fascist thing. And my point here being, there's a couple of things, but one of them is no one wants to talk about the New World Order because people will look at you like you're a kook, or they want to talk about conspiracy. Do you think that this is a huge movement by the New World Order, or maybe a faction of it? Their credo always seems to be chaos, out of chaos order. And I think we're seeing that. And I don't want to sound like a nut because for years I kind of thought that they were nuts, people who would talk about things like this, but now it seems to me this is the only scenario that fits here.
Okay, just before you comment, Jeffrey, I have said that I consider this to be the first giant step, in fact, of the New World Order. What do you think?
I would call it the first giant misstep
okay.
of a bunch of people who think money. Alexander Solzhenitsyn said it best. He said there's this money mob that runs the West, and there's this Communist Party mob that runs the East. Both of them are materialistic. They are godless. They are cynical. And on the American side, Americans should take a very close look at themselves because it's not just their leaders. There is a tremendous arrogance that Americans project, and we're not aware of it. We're not conscious of it, and we don't realize how it comes across to those people over there. And you know what? Think about in your own life, when someone behaves arrogantly to you, how exasperating it is, how angry it makes you. And try to understand what the Russians are feeling right now, being told, you don't have any money, so you don't matter, and we'll cut you off if you make a peep, and we're going to bomb your brothers over here in Serbia. I mean, that is so nasty. And then for us to then say, they can't do anything to us. They have thousands of nuclear weapons pointed at us, I have no doubt, right now. Right now, the Russian Northern Fleet has more ballistic missile submarines in it than the entire United States Navy, which has 18. They have 22 in that one fleet. Russia has 42 total. I mean, we are not the only superpower in this world, and we better learn to respect other people before we go around talking about war.
Well, since the supposed end of the Cold War, that has been the political line, that we are the last surviving superpower in the world. But it really just ain't so, is it?
No.
Yeah.
And as soon as the Russians fill up their divisions, they'll have 100 divisions to our 10.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Where are you, please?
Yeah, I'm right here. I'm John from New York.
Hi, John.
And I'd like to explore something here that, the first night of the war.
Yes.
NBC News, Tom Brokaw covered the secret weapon. I don't know if you saw that piece or not.
The EMP weapon?
Well, was it an EMP weapon? this is what I'm wondering. Did you see the news thing or not?
Well, I recall this was, I believe, a couple of days into the bombing. I did see an explosion on CNN that I talked about quite a bit that night. One that lit up the entire sky. It lit up rivers and geography way into the camera shot, far away from the explosion itself. And then there was an obvious mushroom cloud. It obviously was not a nuclear detonation, but it sure as hell looked like one.
The NBC report showed a command control center. Whose it was, I don't know, but I guess it was theirs, I don't know. And it said, we momentarily interrupted power.
Mm-hmm.
Now, I would assume a command control center would not be on the power grid, that they would have their own power.
Right.
It also showed a SAM site, a mobile SAM site.
Right.
Now, I'm wondering, for one thing, is this the same thing, you get reports when a UFO goes over a car, the car lights go out, the car shuts off.
That's actually a pretty good observation.
UFO is gone, car starts up.
Yep.
If it's an EMP pulse, that car is not going to start again. It's going to wipe out.
Well, it's going to depend.
It's going to wipe out the electronics, no doubt. Here's the interesting thing.
Art is right. It does depend. Sometimes with a car, depending on the year of the car, it will just knock the motor out, and then you can restart it.
Right, if it doesn't have the electronics.
Right, if it doesn't have a computerized ignition.
Right. Here is an article in May, Popular Mechanics. Well, not article, but a little news thing. Page 22. And catch this. Dynamite generator, a novel generator developed by the Russian Institute of Chemical Physics, can produce the equivalent of 1 billion watts of power, but only for 1 millionth of a second.
Mm-hmm.
The trick to the generator's high output is its 2 pounds of high explosive.
Mm-hmm.
Now catch this one. The Air Force, our Air Force, has purchased 3 of the generators. They're 18 inches, like a pipe, 18 inches long, 5-inch diameter, and for testing in its missile defense program. Now, was it a Russian weapon we used? And they show this thing sitting there.
I don't think so. No.
Well, I think you're on the right track with the nature of the weapon, but I think it was our own, Jeff.
Yeah, we were actually surprised a year or two ago when we found out that the Russians were right up there with us in the development of these weapons. And I think that there's been some exchanges, obviously, between the U.S. and America in technology, and, they want what we have and we want what they are working on, so then we can peek at yours if you let us peek at ours.
Do you have any idea, Jeffrey, how conventional weapons or explosives can be used or the energy can be converted to create an electromagnetic pulse that would leave traces of radiation? I haven't got that one worked out in my mind. Obviously they can do it, but how?
I don't know either. I'm not a physicist, so I don't understand. I've had certain bombs explained to me, but that one has never been explained to me.
Mm-hmm. I doubt it will either. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist and Art Bell. Good morning.
Good morning, gentlemen.
Where are you, sir?
I'm actually on the West Coast. The actual location I'd like to kind of keep to myself.
That's fine. Get good and close to your phone. You're a little hard to hear.
I'm terribly sorry. A couple of things I'd like to point out. Number one, we already do have actual ground troops in the area. These are the gentlemen that are risking their lives to paint these targets we're so lovingly seeing splashed all across CNN.
Absolutely.
Having been one of those individuals and worked within that community for quite some time, I can rather firsthand understand and actually deal with their knowledge of the things that they're going through right now. When we do send troops over, it will be a bloodbath. I think we all agree on that. My question, Mr. Nyquist, is this. The recent pact between the Soviet Union and China, we know that China now has our missile technology.
Yes.
How long do you feel before we see repercussions from that?
I think we already have. The Chinese stole the W-88 warhead. They think they stole the neutron bomb. They think they stole technology to be able to merge their warheads, so instead of having 24 ICBMs with 24 warheads, they could have 24 ICBMs with 240 warheads. And I believe that this is already within weeks or months. We're going to see these things coming onto line with the Chinese Navy and with their missiles. Have you been to Newsmax and read my articles?
No, sir, I haven't.
Okay.
All right, let me give you an opportunity to promo Newsmax. I think we've probably got a link to it on our website right now.
Good.
Which would help people. If not, Keith, if you would, please.
Yeah.
Otherwise, how do they get... It's newsmax.com?
Yeah, it's Newsmax, www.newsmax.com, and they can explore the site. And my name is there on the left-hand column with all the articles I've done. And then Chris Ruddy has done some articles. And for those who can't get on Newsmax, we have a magazine that comes out every month. It's called Vortex, and they can call 1-800-NEWSMAX. That's 1-800-NEWSMAX. And they can ask for the Vortex magazine. They can ask for the Russia Y2K package, in which there's a video that I appear in, and there's a video also with Colonel Lunev.
All right, that's 1-800-NEWSMAX. Do you have the numbers for that, Jeffrey?
Well, I can look at my phone. 1-800, N is 6, E is 3, W is 9,
right.
S is 7, and then M is 6, A is 2, and X is 9.
That's why I hate those numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, I know they're effective because people remember them, but give me the numbers any day. 1-800-639-7629 or 1-800-NEWSMAX if that's easier for you. Caller, anything else?
Actually, I had a little humorous note for you specifically, Art.
Okay.
I had a memo come across my desk today from one of my gentlemen that does intel work for me, and he had written across it in bold letters, "What we keep secret tomorrow or tonight, Art talks about tomorrow." So you may consider that a little bit of humor or a compliment, depending on how you want to look at it.
I'll take it both ways. Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care. First time caller line, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
And how are you, Mr. Bell?
Reasonably well. Where are you?
No, I'm in Wisconsin. My name's Roy.
Okay.
Mr. Nyquist, I am taking a look at your website right now, and I'm seeing your saying from Sun Tzu, where all warfare is based on deception. And can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. And I was just wondering, I don't know if y'all have brought this up, but when I was looking at this, I was just wondering how much that is going on over there in this Kosovo and that right now could possibly be to delay our attention away from Saddam so he could possibly do something to us instead.
Okay. Jeffrey?
The Russians developed this concept called reflexive control. It was actually developed by a Russian military mathematician, a psychological mathematician named Vladimir Lefebvre.
Reflexive control.
Reflexive control. And what it is that you see reality through the eyes of your enemy. You look at what the facts he believes are true, and then you decide, what if this happens, what decision would he arrive at?
Oh, I see. It's another kind of it's another way of playing a kind of a war game. Hold on, Jeff. We're at the bottom of the hour. Words of love, but acts of war. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. First time caller line. You're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist and Art Bell. Hi. Hello.
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 Is this Art Bell?
Yes, it is. Turn your radio off.
It's off.
Okay, go ahead.
This is Mary in Houston.
Yes, Mary.
And Jeffrey, I have a question for you. I have just heard this once, but the other day on television, I did hear that when NATO expanded, they included a new clause in the NATO agreement that gave them the power to go in and create war or anything else they wanted to do.
Jeffrey?
I have never heard of this any other time.
All right. All right, ma'am, hold on. Jeffrey?
Yeah, no. In fact, in the Partners for Peace program that NATO had with Russia, the negotiations were that if Poland, the Czech Republic, and Hungary entered NATO, that certain assurances were given to the Russians that NATO would not be used as an aggressive alliance against Russia or its allies. And, of course, what happens 10 days or so after these countries enter NATO, what happens? NATO attacks Russia's ally, Serbia.
Okay. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Jeff. Art,
good morning.
Yeah. You know, I don't know if you missed NBC's translation here last week of what Yeltsin had to say. That is, Yugoslavia is Russian and don't push Russia. But, you know, it looks to me like we are in a lose-lose situation here. We have a possible bloodbath, or if we pull out, surely red propaganda would use this to alienate the Muslim world against us. So I think there's a way to defuse this. First is with the realization that by calling such things as ethnic cleansing instead of genocide, and Yugoslavia was part of the Genocide Convention, by calling it ethnic cleansing, we never got Milosevic labeled, as a criminal. So we are almost part of this orchestration. I mean, well, what's happening? They've been grinding up our air-launched cruise missiles if we haven't we haven't had a production line for over 10 years, and some of them 15 years old. We're destroying the penetrators that make the B-1, the B-2, and the B-52 viable. And could this have been engineered? Or are we using ordnance that we really don't have replacements for? Jeffrey?
Yes, we're using up our cruise missiles, and my understanding is that we are converting nuclear-armed cruise missiles into conventional.
Are we sticking our neck out?
Yeah, I've heard that. We are taking the nukes and we're converting them and putting conventional warheads on them.
Yeah. This is basically a unilateral disarmament move. I should say this with the START 1 treaty. The deadline for reducing the nuclear arsenals is 2003, and we're already there.
Excuse me, we've been putting dummy warheads on the MX. We put the bow systems on our Trident boats.
Yes.
I mean, it looks to me like, and of course, the Soviet rocket forces, considering their throw weight, considering their refusal to disarm their, to unilateral, they won't have bilaterally, destroy their chemicals and biologicals. I mean, it looks to me like we might be sticking our neck out a mile, and at the same time, the way to me that obviously is to defuse this, because, I've been listening to their news media translations from Belgrade and also translations from the the Russian, and they don't say anything at all about the genocide that their troops are doing in Kosovo, and I think we ought to push this in the UN. We ought to use it as a sounding board, a forum like it's supposed to be. We ought to realize that they're trying to polarize the Muslim world against us if we don't follow through, and surely offer to help Serbia rebuild the damage we've done if they pull out. We need to put this in pamphlets and drop it on them, because it's the only way we're going to get the news through to Belgrade, and that's where the majority of their people are,
Well, the real problem here is as you said, the Russians are really, I got a note from a famous Russian journalist because I asked her what she thought of this, Yevgenia Albats, and she said that Russia's cynical leaders were using this, what she called stupid patriotism, as an excuse to empower themselves. And what you just said about the Russian arsenal is true. In fact, last summer, after I was on Art's program, Russia announced that it was not going to meet the START 1 deadline of 2003, which we are already there.
Well, they say that they're not bound by any agreements the Soviets entered into.
Right. Well, START 1 was entered into by the Russian Federation.
Well, it is interesting, but to me, we're between a rock and a hard place here, and if we're not very careful, we will polarize the Muslim world against us, or obviously we will be in a situation, because literally these people are not telling their own people what's going on, and while we have air superiority, we can drop pamphlets. And what Jesse Helms suggested, I think, might be viable. Put $100 million on Milosevic's head and tell the people we will help them build a truly democratic society.
You know what? I would really say that wouldn't work. I heard the German defense minister say something similar, which he said that basically Milosevic should be taken out. Mm-hmm. And when I hear the leaders of democratic countries who ride in open cars, who make speeches before large crowds, who have to appear in public over and over again, exposing themselves to assassination, when I hear them advocating what is essentially the assassination of foreign heads of state, I shudder. Because just like with the explosion of EMP bombs, we're the side that's going to be destabilized by that kind of rhetoric. Yugoslavia is a communist country. It is a police state. They have very good security there. You try to assassinate that guy, it's not going to be as easy as it is to knock off the Chancellor of Germany or the President of the United States. This is a game that we don't want to start because we'll lose our freedom in that game.
All right, Jeffrey. Interesting words. I didn't expect that from you, but interesting. That's your view. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist. Hi.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Bell and Jeff. How are you?
I'm fine.
I'm glad that I was able to make it through. I was just going to ask you something. Prior, I have to say that I agree with Mr. Bell that we're actually at war in Europe, and we are now building up to the progression that we have to in order to achieve the goals that had been set from the beginning, even though they have been shifting. I am very, very happy to say that today I saw that Israel had joined the nations in the process of supporting the people that are walking out of Kosovo. And the reason for that is because they are putting their moral support to the cause that this is really, in reality, a genocide process that did start. No matter if you do it to 20, 50, or 60, how many you have done so far, is plenty to say that there's a genocide process that has been the ethnic cleansing that these people have done. But the fact is that we are at war, and therefore we are committed. And at this time, our forces are there, where people are fighting, and we're killing those bastards. At the same time, we're getting ready to go even stronger, but we're not alone. The NATO alliance is an alliance. When it's not the United States show, we are the leaders, but we have our groups that are supporting us and working with us side by side. And yes, it could end up in a world war. And I tell you something, we had done this 45, 50 years ago when Hitler began the persecution of the Jews. There would have been no genocide of Jewish people, and we probably wouldn't have had a Second World War. So the Russians understand only one thing, Jeff, and that's force. And trying to create a paranoia environment in the United States is basically running propaganda for the enemy. And we should consider very highly and very carefully not to talk in diminishing terms of our power and trying to empower by illusion and misinformation the power that the enemy has, which is not there. Yes, there is power, but it's limited by the resources of the countries. Russia does not have the resources to go in a world war at this time. That's all bravado and a lot of presentation of face and trying to save face within the borders. But the reality is the real power is right now falling down from the airplanes of NATO and will continue and will increase, and Milosevic will be defeated. And we have to uplift the spirit of the American people and not be sending out propaganda. Do you realize that everything that we have heard in the show so far tries to undermine the power of NATO and tries to put out there an image that the all-powerful Russia may come and China will come? China will not lift a finger for Russia because they are natural enemies from the beginning. There's no way in the world that Mao Zedong would have gone to war to save Russia from anything. And the fact is that today those Chinese people are as conservative as Mao was in the principles of Chinese communism. They are not going to support the Korean matters and all these facts. Please, if you have been in the army like I was, you will learn that we do not spread rumors. We do not spread misinformation. All the information that you have is non-qualified, is non-presented with supportive information, does not come from any military command and intelligence center. So what are we doing? Just telling the people to get scared and run? I think that if anybody's scared in the United States of what's going on, well, we can move over to Kosovo or move over to Yugoslavia and sit down with Milosevic, and then maybe the people will think they're safer. But we are Americans, and by God, we are not going to let anybody else tell us how we live outside of our place or how we have to live in our country. And if we stand by the principle that the forefathers made this country, as we're doing now in Europe, we need to support our people there and uplift the spirit of the American people to back them up and not be afraid of anything.
All right. You want to respond to that, Jeffrey?
Yeah, George Washington, the founder of our country, said, "Beware foreign entanglements. Do not become involved in the affairs of Europe." That's what our founding father believed. And, with due respect to the gentleman, I believe in a strong America. But I also believe that a strong America must have good strategy and not walk headlong into a blind alley. Because this is a blind alley. We cannot win here. The Russians are not weaker than we are. The alliance with China is not some kind of a fantasy that I cooked up. On the 22nd of January, President Jiang Zemin of China flew to Moscow. And at that time, the Xinhua news agency, the official state news agency in China, said that there is now a new strategic partnership between Russia and China, and its purpose is to challenge the perceived global dominance of the United States. And that Russia has attempted to sell an aircraft carrier to China. It has been selling diesel submarines, the most modern diesel submarines, to China. It has been selling China a modern fighter aircraft. And not only this, but Russia is upgrading 180 MiG-29s to what they call the MiG-29 SMT. And you know what that upgrade is? They're adding a fuel tank to it to extend its range 3,500 kilometers, and they're giving it in-flight refueling capability so that it can fly a total of 14,000 kilometers. Now, why would Russia want a fighter bomber to be able to fly that far?
Why don't you go ahead and answer that? For those who just might not be able to answer it themselves.
Yeah.
Why?
Because they're planning a war against the United States, and we are giving them a reason. We need to sober up, have some good strategy, not concentrate our forces all in this conflict here where we expose ourselves and our flank. We need to strengthen ourselves before we start pushing our weight around and recognize those people over there aren't stupid. And we better get it through our heads that our arrogance is looking more and more stupid by the day.
Okay, Jeffrey. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist and Art Bell. Hi.
Good morning, Art. Good morning, Jeffrey.
Boy, I can barely hear you, sir. Yell into that phone.
Oh, okay, Art. Is that better?
Much better.
Okay. No, my wife and I, we have talked about this all the time. I was telling her our Y2K problem is going to be nothing compared to what could happen with the Balkan states. And but it seems awfully odd that Pakistan and India are firing off their missiles to test their boosting systems right now in all this turmoil. And plus, I'm not sure whether it was mentioned, but our cruise missiles, we're running out of standard warheads, and we're scavenging.
Yeah, it's absolutely been mentioned. Jeffrey, very quickly, I understand that, I heard, I think, 2 or 3 days ago, the Air Force has now less than 100 cruise missiles left. They said the Navy may have as many as 2,000, but we're using them at a pretty fast clip.
Yeah, that's what keeps our pilots alive. And when we run out of those, you're going to see very heavy casualties in the air.
In other words, for those who don't know, an aircraft is able to stand off, a B-52 or whatever kind of aircraft, is able to stand off from the target and from the air launch a cruise missile, which then travels, I believe, subsonically, just barely, and screams just off the ground to its target. And once we run out of those, that means that our airplanes have got to go to the targets, correct?
Yes, that's right. Also, they use these missiles to suppress enemy anti-aircraft because it's safer to directly attack enemy anti-air defenses with these, and then that leaves the skies open for our fighter bombers to come in.
They're talking about sending 300 more airplanes over there right now. Do they have enough cruise missiles to equip them?
Well, the question is, do they have enough cruise missiles to back them up?
All right, that way.
Yeah, certainly they do if they want to expend a good portion of the rest of the missiles. The problem is that once the Navy, what do we say? Once the Navy goes down to 1,500 or 1,000 cruise missiles, what's the vulnerability of the Navy?
Mm-hmm. First-time caller line. Before the top of the hour, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist and Art Bell. Hi.
Yes, Mr. Nyquist. I want to say thanks, too, for Art Bell for letting me talk. But who is left to defend the mainland with all of our troops deployed overseas? Who's left on the mainland? Let's say somebody decided to pull a surprise attack out of, let's say, Mexico, for example. Who's left to defend the mainland with all the base closings that they had during the 80s and early 90s? Sir?
Yeah, there is a vulnerability in North America. I talked to Colonel Lunev about this, and his expertise was Russian plans. The Russians, they have amphibious and airlift capacity, the Chinese as well, and what fascinates them about World War II is Hitler's invasion of Norway, in which Hitler put troops in merchant ships and sent troops into Norway disguised as civilians, and perpetrated this kind of stealth invasion when Norway was still a neutral country. And
sir, is this possible with what China tried to do with the Long Beach and Gulf port? The overseas shipping company Costco.
Yeah, it's been suggested, and it's very interesting because Hitler stockpiled arms in Norway before the war started with Norway in Germany. And the German soldiers didn't claw their way up any Normandy beach. They walked into the country on airliners and in freighters.
That's interesting.
Yeah. So we're not a security conscious nation here.
I don't believe so either, sir.
No.
Thank you very much, though. I appreciate that.
All right, thank you, caller. Jeffrey, can you afford to stick around for the final hour?
Sure.
All right, consider it done, then. Stay right where you are. We will be right back. Here is Jeffrey Nyquist. Jeffrey, welcome back. How are you holding up?
Fine.
I heard a sort of a fine.
Yeah, it's late.
Yeah, I know.
But I've got coffee in me, so.
This is good. All right. You're on the West Coast, right?
Yes.
Okay. This is good, too. You got to see what happens to my guests on the East Coast. I mean, the sun's coming up by the time we're done. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist. Hi.
Hello. Thank you for having me on Art.
Sure. Where are you?
Calling from Las Vegas, Hot Talk 105.1.
Yes, sir. First, there are other people saying, which, of course, would affect the guidance system, I guess, of the cruise missiles. Or perhaps not. I think they have dual guidance systems, the train following as well. I'm not sure. I'm not an expert on these matters, but there is a question about GPS, and there have even been almost jokes about Y2K compliance. You know anything about any of that?
Well, I know that the GPS will affect the ability of ground and surface naval forces to navigate. I don't know how seriously, because there are other methods available for navigation, and I believe it's true, as you pointed out. I believe the missiles have backup navigational systems, because obviously our military also has anticipated the possibility of satellites being attacked, and it would be idiotic if our military were dependent on a satellite. I mean, we just had a DSP satellite that just went haywire when we launched it just recently.
Right.
These things, they fall out of the sky. They have to be replaced. There's failures in launches. I don't know. I hope that we don't have that.
Even big solar storms come along and put them out of commission.
Yes, that's true. And we're having record solar storms this year.
Oh, tell me about it. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Jeffrey Nyquist. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
Yeah, I can't believe I finally made it. Because I don't know how many times I've heard it said on the radio, too.
People tend to say the same things.
Yeah, I've noticed. But,
usually, are you really Art Bell? You're not Art Bell.
Well, I know you're Art Bell. I've followed you for a long time.
Okay, sir.
And long before your incident when you left and then came back to us.
Yes.
I was one of the ones that was on their hands and knees praying for you.
Thank you.
I had a thought that came to mind regarding this thing in Kosovo, and I've never heard anybody address it. But a few years ago, the Russians had what they called the 4-day invasion plan for Europe, where each day they had a specific piece of ground they had to cover. By the 4th day, they had to own Europe, or the war was lost. And to promote this, because they knew the biggest liability in a blitzkrieg campaign like that is your supply line, they buried caches of weapons and material and tanks and equipment and armaments and everything else and secret locations. And as their armies would progress, they would take these caches and continue the war.
Jeffrey, are you aware of any of this?
Well, yes, that's what he's describing as standard blitzkrieg tactics. The Russians believe in pre-positioning military supplies.
The only thing that, to me, that makes sense out of Sarajevo and the Kosovo, and like Art says, I can't understand anything except for one thing. If Sarajevo is sitting on top of a huge cache of nuclear weapons and missiles and tanks and launchers and everything else, and they want to get everybody out of there so they can turn it into a missile base.
You mean Kosovo?
Kosovo, yes.
I see. Uh-huh.
Yeah, I think that what is really going on here is that we are being drawn in to a situation, and so that our flanks are exposed, either in the Middle East or the Far East. And we are also allowing ourselves to become politically overextended. I don't think people realize what's going on in Europe, that there is pressure on the political parties, the governing parties in Germany and Italy, and especially in Greece, to break out of this thing, to stop it. And if this support erodes in Germany, especially in Germany, if Chancellor Schroeder's party starts to fall apart and not be behind him, as there's been some signs of that, you could have a major split in NATO.
Are you surprised, Jeff, at the polls that show at least marginally the U.S. people approving of what we're doing in Kosovo?
Yes, I am surprised, but then I'm not surprised at this overstated propaganda about genocide. I mean, I have a lot of respect for the caller who called earlier. He made some very many intelligent points. But I want to say that overuse of this word genocide is not very helpful and intends to inflame the situation.
Well, you have to inflame the situation to get the poll support numbers to do what we're doing.
Yes.
It's called propaganda.
Yeah, it is.
East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist. Hello?
Yeah, Thomas from Tulsa. Every time I hear about a country and mass murders or genocide, I wonder about their strict gun control laws and the populace's inability to defend themselves. Do you think there's a correlation? If the Kosovans had individual weapons, perhaps they could have avoided the slaughter?
Well, the problem is that they did. And the Albanian Kosovars were gunning down Serbian police officers.
I'm talking about individuals having their own weapons.
I'm afraid that the fighting has been a two-way street there. It's funny. I don't know. How can you know what the truth is about things like this?
I know.
If you look at the Rockford Institute, they have a website for their Chronicles magazine. And they have run some stories about these massacres, both in the Bosnian War and here in Kosovo. And there's evidence that some of these massacres are fabrications.
Jeffrey, that we certainly know there were fabrications of massacres and babies tossed out of tossed onto the floor in Iraq and all the rest of that. It all turned out to be baloney.
Yeah.
Now, I note that we hit a train. I think everybody's probably seen the pictures on CNN by now, which was amazing to me because we hit the train as it was about to go across the bridge, and then the plane turned around and fired another missile or dropped another bomb, I'm not sure, and hit the train a second time, which everybody agrees is a great tragedy. It looked terrible for us. And the very next day,
we're hearing these reports about the Serbs crossing into Albania, which I am very skeptical about, very, very skeptical about, because, of course, the big criticism has been that NATO is invading a sovereign nation that has not invaded another. So, I don't know. This whole propaganda thing, I really tend not to believe most of what I hear.
Yeah, you know, the Russian Defense Ministry claimed after the first week of American bombing that we had killed 1,000 Serbians.
Mm.
Now, if that's true, and in the second week we killed another 1,000, that means that we have killed more Serbians in the bombing than the so-called genocide in Kosovo to begin with.
All right, according to even the estimates of, and I've seen an awful lot of people lately, pointing to these satellite photographs of what they think are mass burial grounds that they say could contain, their words, hundreds of bodies.
Yeah.
So your point is well taken. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist.
Hello?
Hello.
Yeah, you just brought up a subject there I was listening to. It's very interesting. What do you think about Presidential Directive Decision 25? What's your opinion of it?
I've never read it.
You've never read it?
No, have you?
Oh, yes, I had it there. Out of all of California, I only found one newspaper that printed the article. And
My understanding that it is a secret directive, sir, so I don't know how you could have read it.
Well, it was classified.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
Well, anyway, it was...
So what is your opinion? What is it?
Presidential Directive Decision 25, do you remember the specialist who was being court-martialed because he wouldn't follow a directive of the United Nations?
Yes.
Well, Presidential Directive Decision 25 gave the United Nations power and authority to have control over our military troops. And in an event of a war or a catastrophe, they could come in and take over our military and its infrastructure.
Okay, I don't know that to be true because I haven't seen it, so I really can't confirm that. Jeffrey, what do you know?
Well, what I can say is that we still live in a world of nation-states, and the United Nations is really pretty empty. The fact of the matter is countries make use of the United Nations to carry out their own agendas. That's why there's a Security Council. We have a veto on that council. And in bombing Serbia, we just broke the UN Charter. So how come the UN hasn't taken us over for breaking the Charter? It's because the UN has no power.
It's an awfully good point. Awfully good point. First time west of the Rockies, call toll-free 1-800-618-8255. I'm going to have to cut that out.
I got it. Sorry, I forgot.
That's all right. Let us start all over again fresh. You are Bill, and where are you calling from, Bill?
790 KNST, Tucson.
All right.
Really appreciate the show. In fact, you ought to mention your buy a tape line because I just bought the tape for this. It's very good.
Already you bought the tape?
Just now. I just ordered it. I said, we don't know how long it is. I said, well, order it anyway.
All right. It is a 4-hour program, and the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278, 4-hour program.
My question for Jeff is, I've been hearing a lot about Chinese involvement in the two ports on either side of the Panama Canal, which we give up in a number of months, end of 99. Any comment on that?
Yes. William Bright Marine, Panamanian presidential candidate, wrote to the State Department last May pointing out that the Panamanian legislature, which had come under the influence of Chinese agents, had passed this Panama Law number 5, which gave control of the ports of entry on either side of the Panama Canal to what is essentially Chinese front companies controlled by the People's Liberation Army and the Chinese Intelligence Service. Admiral Moore, a former chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, has been testifying before the Senate on this. In fact, I met Admiral Moore in February, and he was talking about how the Chinese have made moves to try to control the Malaccan Straits on the other end of the Pacific. So that China is making very significant military moves to control the Pacific, which are quite ominous. In fact, on January 8th, President Jiang Zemin of China made a speech, and he told the People's Liberation Army to get ready for two things. One was world nuclear war, and the second thing was to suppress uprisings in China.
I'll tell you kind of an interesting story, Jeffrey. I went through the Panama Canal a few years ago, 4 years ago. I went through the Panama Canal on a ship. It's really, really interesting as you go through the various locks, and you can look actually directly down. We were such a big ship. We were so big, in fact, that we actually scraped the sides of the locks. But you could look down on ships going in the opposite direction. And you could look at these cargo ships, and it was Chinese ship after Chinese ship after Chinese ship. Mm-hmm. And on the decks, you could see these crates full of AK-47s.
Yeah.
And full of Chinese ammunition. It was astounding to watch.
Yeah, they were caught trying to smuggle in a large number into Oakland a couple of years ago. And the thing is it is suggestive that what the Chinese are doing is suggestive of what the Germans did in Norway. And that's why I am concerned, because they are attempting to get access to American harbors. They've gotten access to the Panama Canal. They have mobilized this military. In fact, 10 days after Jiang Zemin made this speech about getting ready for nuclear war, China had all-arms nuclear war exercises in which they targeted American troops in the Far East.
Before the bottom of the hour, Wildcard Line, you're on the air with Jeff Nyquist. Hi.
Yes, hi, Art. It's good to be on the show. Richard in Humboldt County, California. Jeff, listen, what's going to happen to my family if this war escalates, here in Northern California? And also, are we going to see ever foreign troops on American soil?
Well, actually,
Russians, Chinese.
Let's take one question at a time. If this war escalates and hundreds of thousands of Americans go to Yugoslavia to fight, how will that impact the average American?
You'll probably see a rise in the price of oil. It will hit you at the pumps. If it expands to the Far East and the Middle East, you might see unrest. You would see the breakup of NATO, and it could go nuclear.
Otherwise, it'd be all right, sir. Any other question?
What could happen to my family on American soil? Are we going to have bombs dropped on us?
What part of Northern California do you live in?
Humboldt County, Arcata, California.
Okay, you live near where I do. I moved here specifically because this is the safest area in the country.
So you would hope not. But the question is, could bombs begin to go off here? And I think clearly the answer to that has to be, of course, yes, they could.
Yes.
Not directly from planes, perhaps, but carried in. We'll be right back.
If you could read my mind, love, what a tale my thoughts could tell. Just like an old-time movie about a ghost from a wishing well. In a castle dark or a fortress strong with chains upon my feet, you know that ghost is me, and I will never be set free